I put it up there right underneath. On the top. Yeah, yours is on the top.
Mine is on the left, Ben's on the right.
Oh,
Yeah, that Ed Center PC 52 is me.
okay. What's the one above?
Oh, you're right, there's,
I don't know what that is.
maybe it
But
is.
yours is the one that looks like yours. Bluish. There was something on the right that said it.
That is fine. He said he wasn't going to have slots.
Oh, maybe
It's
it.
mine.
Yeah, and then I thought it was yours, so I put it underneath that.
Oh. Go over everything TC. They don't need that one again. Yes, yeah, it'll be, I think Richard is told to do a very, very brief. I'm going to do this for my own. Two, and then yeah, you can tie. Yeah, thanks.
Must have been a big update on this computer because it's like asking me for 100 updates.
That's one of the letter laptops.
As long as it can, it's supposed to be like my, mine, which is all I'll make sure that you get this to use well.
Sounds like I want that one.
Well,
Probably because we all log in.
right.
Sorry, it takes some space on the hard drive.
Yeah.
We used to have like logins, so when it's a login and log in on that screen. So to prevent that from happening, yeah. And you don't have like any received stuff, but it doesn't really matter because you don't need one right there, so.
So this is just my little blank thing.
You start doing as much as you can.
Yeah, I mean, I already did it today upstairs. Like, I don't know what order we'll necessarily end up in, but I was thinking that way. I can just copy and paste it into a different spot.
Yeah.
I just
All right, good evening, and welcome to the May meeting of the Arlington County Planning Commission. On our agenda tonight, we have an informational item presentation on the Rosslyn sector plan. We also have zoning ordinance updates on accessory dwelling units and the use permit for the new seats at the Education Center. Before we call the first item, I want to mention that if you're intending to speak on the second or third item tonight, please turn in your speaker slip to our clerk, Ms. Johnson. You need to do that before the item is called. Just a reminder to staff and to planning commissioners to remove their phones from the dais or the table as they interfere with the microphones. This is going to be our only commission meeting this month. We do not have a carryover meeting. So with that, Madam Clerk, can you please call the first item?
Our first item, number 1, is the Rosslyn sector plan. Again, this is an informational item only, not a public speaking item. We have Matt Ladd, our planning staff, to present this item this evening.
Welcome, Matt Ladd, Mr. Ladd. I just want to, before we turn it over to Mr. Ladd, this is intended, as the clerk said, as an informational item. Staff and a former commissioner, Mr. Harner, I keep saying Garner. Yeah, Brian Harner is here, who led the Realize Rosslyn process to give his perspective as well. This is an info item, and we're going to be asking questions of staff, but staff is not going to be kind of engaging in a back and forth with us this evening. They will be taking questions back and providing additional information to us later, but again, our questions to either Mr. Harner or Mr. Ladd are intended to kind of be answered subsequent to tonight's meeting. So with that, Mr. Ladd, welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening. As you noted, this presentation is an information item on the Rosslyn Sector Plan, and my intent is to provide a broad overview of the sector plan's goals and policies, recognizing that the SPRC has begun its review of one new development project in Rosslyn, with additional projects anticipated in the coming months. I also want to say that the sector plan is 220 pages, and there's a lot of golden nuggets in there, and I will be hitting the high points tonight and won't be able to get through all of it, but I do recommend that particularly as you go through an SPRC process, that you do look at all the detailed policies that are in there. And with that said, I won't be discussing any specific site plans tonight or how their relationship to the sector plan plays out. And I think the SPRC is the appropriate venue for those conversations. I also recognize that a majority of the sitting PC members have been appointed since 2015 when the sector plan was adopted. So this may be new for some of you and a refresher for others. And I'm glad to see former Commissioner Harner here tonight, who chaired the Rosslyn Process Panel that I'll talk about briefly. And we'll also make sure that this presentation is posted on the PC site and also the county's Rosslyn planning page, and we have a number of links to other documents. So if you want some more information, you'll be able to find that easily. So we tend to think of development in Rosslyn in terms of generations. The first generation of urban development began in the 1960s after the adoption of the General Land Use Plan and the Rosslyn Master Plan in 1962. And this was the period when the Arlington site plan process was first used, and actually the Ames Center in Rosslyn was site plan number 1. So Metro arrived in the 1970s, and with that, the first transit-oriented land use plan for Rosslyn in 1977. And then that plan provided guidance for development through the 1990s when a new plan was adopted. The 1992 plan and the subsequent CO Rosslyn zoning district, which allowed development at densities up to 10 FAR in the core of Rosslyn, led to a second generation of TOD or transit-oriented development, including the Waterview, 1812 North Moore, Central Place, and Turnberry Tower, the latter two which brought some needed housing into central Rosslyn. And then in the 2000s, the county board passed some text resolutions providing additional guidance for building height in Rosslyn, and we'll talk a lot about building height tonight. So despite some successes under the 1992 plan, the county board initiated a new planning process for Rosslyn in 2011, which was branded as Realize Rosslyn. This process took about 3 years to complete and culminated in the adoption of the Rosslyn Sector Plan, as I said, in 2015. The county manager established a process panel chaired by Commissioner Harner of community leaders to provide staff and consultants with strategic guidance. And staff also engaged the broader community and commissions through workshops, interviews, and presence at community events. And Mr. Fusarelli, who's here tonight, and I attended the Rosslyn Jazz Festival. That was a memorable opportunity for community engagement. The sector plan primarily focuses on what we call the Rosslyn Coordinated Redevelopment District, which is sometimes referred to as the RCRD, or also the plan refers to it as Central Rosslyn. So this is the 65-acre area that's closest to the metro station, and that's the area where developers can apply for rezoning to CO Rosslyn. And then outside the RCRD, so the RCRD is the red line on the map, the smaller one, and the larger Rosslyn Metro Station area, or RMSA, is the blue line. So outside the RCRD in the blue line, there's other planning documents that provide guidance. Those include the 1992 area plan is still relevant for those areas outside the RCRD. The Western Rosslyn area plan, which was adopted around the same time as the Rosslyn sector plan, and then also the Fort Myer Heights North plan is another plan that we have that covers the greater Rosslyn area. So the realized Rosslyn scope was limited, and it limited to providing guidance in 4 key areas. It was a better urban design framework, a more specific and deliberate building height strategy, a refined multimodal transportation system, and a more cohesive and functional parks and open space network. So those are primarily the areas that covers, and those are the things we'll be talking about tonight. So like many of our plans, the sector plan is structured with an overarching vision statement and principles. There's also general goals, and then under each goal is one or more detailed policies. So the vision for Rosslyn focus on what makes it unique among the 5 metro stations in the RB corridor. Rosslyn has or is envisioned to have the greatest concentration of jobs, housing, and activities, gateway between Arlington and DC. It has high-quality views, regional transportation connections, and also its status as an economic engine for the county, for the region, and also for the Commonwealth. So I'll be hitting the highlights of the sector plan recommendations for transportation, public space, land use, and urban design, starting with transportation. Today, 18th Street exists, and it currently ends at Oak Street, which results in some long blocks through central Rosslyn. The plan recommends extending 18th Street through each of these blocks, breaking them up all the way from Oak Street to Arlington Ridge Road. Between Oak Street and Lynn Street, it's designated as a pedestrian priority street, and between Lynn and Arlington Ridge Road, it's designated as an urban center local, which would allow for auto traffic where it's an urban center local. And this is the map that is in the sector plan, and this was ultimately later adopted with an amendment to the master transportation plan. So those designations are both in the sector plan and the MTP. And I'll come back to this corridor later in the presentation when we talk about public spaces. So the pathway for 18th Street is currently blocked by a number of buildings, but also the tunnel carrying Fort Myer Drive traffic under Wilson Boulevard. The plan recommends filling in this tunnel and bringing Fort Myer back to grade. It also recommends converting Fort Myer Drive and Lynn Street to 2-way traffic, pending detailed feasibility studies. The Core of Rosslyn Transportation Study, which is currently underway, is considering maintaining Lynn Street in its current 1-way configuration, at least through the study horizon year of 2030. And I'll have a link to that study at the end of the presentation. Another key transportation element is envisioning reconfiguring the existing metro station entrance and opening it up to the air with a large canopy as shown in the image on the right. The plan also recognizes the possibility of adding a second metro station in Rosslyn, which would relieve the capacity issues of the orange, silver, and blue line trains crossing the Potomac River. Previous plans for Rosslyn recommended separating vehicles and pedestrians, resulting in the Skybridge system, which some remnants are still there today. The new sector plan recommends prioritizing people back to the street level. And there's also a focus on providing better sidewalks and bike infrastructure, including a ped bike bridge that would connect Rosslyn to Roosevelt Island and ultimately the river. The next few slides will highlight the public space and park recommendations. The sector plan calls for both new spaces and improvements to existing spaces. I mentioned 18th Street as a transportation element. The plan also envisions the street as a corridor of parks. So going from west on the left to east on the right, we have Oak and Key Park. This was committed by the developer of the 1401 Wilson project, which is approved but has not yet been built. The Ames Center Plaza will likely be a major point of discussion when that site plan is filed. The Metro Station Plaza is, as I discussed earlier, opening that up to the sky. Central Place Plaza is the only portion of the corridor that has been implemented to date. So that's the first piece of it that's in place. And then finally, Rosslyn Plaza Park, which I'll have an image of in a moment. The Esplanade was a recommendation carried over from the 1992 plan. It'll be a landscaped multi-use pathway that overlooks the Potomac, ultimately connecting between Gateway Park and the Marine Corps Memorial. And Rosslyn Plaza Park is located near the intersection of 18th Street and the Esplanade. This is the major new park recommended in the sector plan, and it was approved in concept with the Rosslyn Phase Development Site Plan back in 2016. And the detailed design for the park, so there's some illustrative renderings that I'm showing on the screen, but the final design will be worked out as those final site plans are filed and approved in the future. Gateway Park is another major recommendation to have this park revitalized. The major infrastructure improvements that would be needed here are the superstructures that are currently in the park, some of which provide pedestrian access over Lee Highway. The plan recommends removing those and developing the park as with more active recreational uses. You can see the fields on the west side, and then as more of a gathering community space on the east side of the park. And then finally, Freedom Park is envisioned to be revitalized as a linear park with a series of informal spaces, as shown in this watercolor rendering. And our next topic area is land use. So the sector plan, it was outside of the scope to recommend any changes to the GLUP or any real land use changes to any sites. The GLUP, or the General Land Use Plan, already has, as you can see, the RCRD. Most of the areas already planned for high office apartment hotel, with a couple of sites planned at high residential. So these sites are already at the highest land use, highest intensity designations in the GLUP. But there was some guidance on the land use mix, including a goal as new projects are built out of increasing the land use mix to 30% residential by the year 2040. And the way that this is proposed to be implemented is through a number of site plans will be multi-building or multi-tower site plans. So if there are 2 or 3 building towers, the plan recommends that at least one of them should be residential, and if there are 4 plus, as there was in Rosslyn Plaza, at least 2 of them should be residential. The plan also encourages hotel uses and the continued transformation of older Class B and C office space to Class A. Another area of land use where there is some guidance in the sector plan is affordable housing, and the plan recommends, and I'll discuss on a slide later, community benefits, but that 30% of the value of community benefits from projects in the RCRD would go towards affordable housing. And the plan says that on a case-by-case basis, you would evaluate whether that would be on-site units, which likely for a Rosslyn project would be a relatively small number of units, or a cash contribution, which could be used to produce a larger number of units. But the plan recommends that if there is a cash contribution, that it be used for committed affordable units within the Rosslyn metro station area. So not necessarily within the RCRD, but in that larger blue line that I showed in the map earlier. Another land use recommendation is ground level uses. At the time we were doing the Rosslyn sector plan, it was happening concurrently with Arlington County's retail plan, which many of you are probably familiar with because in most projects in the metro station areas, we refer to is it a red street, is it a gold street, or blue or green. So the map in the sector plan matches what's in the retail plan because they were actually adopted at the same time. But the red streets being sort of the highest priority retail streets, and then as you go down the color spectrum, there's more flexibility granted for retail equivalents or other uses at the ground level. So now move to a key area of plan guidance, which is urban design, and urban design is primarily manifested both through the public space recommendations and some of the street sections and the transportation section, but primarily through building height and form guidelines. So you can see here there are 9 different areas of building height and form guidelines. focusing on the building base at the ground level and then moving up toward the building tower and the cap. And this includes the building height, which was a major area of discussion and one of the key pieces of the scope, which was to revise the county's height policy in Rosslyn from some of those county board resolutions that were adopted in 2002 and 2007, which we refer to as the taper policy, and transitioning that to the new building heights policy, which we call peaks and valleys. So this is an image that we showed through the Realize Rosslyn process that is just sort of a scenario of the taper policy, which was having the tallest buildings at the metro station, at Central Place and 1812 North Moore, and then transitioning heights down as you get further away from the metro station. And what happens when you play that out on the ground is, of course, Rosslyn is a big hill, and as you go up the hill, if from a height standpoint, if you're reducing height and the hill is going up, you end up with some very short buildings as you get toward the north end of the hill towards Courthouse. So those buildings under that scenario wouldn't necessarily be able to redevelop to their full potential under the CO Rosslyn or even anywhere close to it. So under peaks and valleys, we set forth a number of different goals, which are listed here, regarding view corridors, edge transitions, view corridors both from the public observation deck and also at the ground level, sunshade opportunities, maintaining a distinctive skyline, so that if you're viewing Rosslyn from a distance, which you can do because it has a number of tall buildings, and then also recognizing that we need to have marketable buildings and floor plates and heights that would provide incentives for redevelopment. So going through these, starting with the building base guidelines and buildable edges, areas and edges, there's a build-to line map in the sector plan, which is similar to other sector plans. We've probably seen the build-to line map recommendation that the facade should meet those build-to lines at least along 2/3 of the block, and also discourages unplanned open spaces that diminishes the street wall, which is something that we've seen over time in Rosslyn as you get these sort of leftover spaces, and we wanted to really focus open space contributions towards the new parks that were planned or the existing parks that we want to revitalize. Also, for the ground level building, I showed the retail plan map earlier. In addition to the uses, there's also a table that shows different transparencies and the floor to ceiling height, depending on whether what color you're in. Also, there's a map showing new alleys and where service and parking should be located. So generally, we want service access off of alleys rather than off of the street. So there's a map. For most of these, there's a map that shows you. You can look at the map and see what we're looking for. Also, on the parking location and design, there is a recommendation to minimize above-grade parking as much as possible, but recognizing that might not always be achievable, there's a number of guidelines, and I noted page 164 here, where you can see if someone is proposing a site plan with above-grade parking, it would show things like we would want it to be wrapped or the typical things, but those are guidelines that can be referred to. And there are a few images showing, since there are steep grades in Rosslyn, things that we would be looking for to accommodate those grade changes from an urban design perspective. So moving into the building height guidelines, which, as I said, was one of the major discussion points all throughout the process. It's focused on that peaks and valleys, maintaining view corridors, and particularly recognizing the value that was provided with the public observation deck at Central Place, and wanting to make sure that we maintain view corridors. So this shows certain landmarks that we would want to make sure could always be visible from the observation deck. Obviously, mostly towards the monumental core, but also towards Georgetown and the National Cathedral, and then going out to the west to see the Potomac Gorge. So this was actually modeled pretty significantly during the sector plan process between staff and the consultants of looking at different building height scenarios with 3D models and trying to work out those different view corridors. So there's actually images, because this was before Central Place had been constructed, there are images you see on top, say looking from the observation deck towards the Key Bridge, and then on the bottom, now that it's open, we can go up and take a picture and see, oh, it looks, we did pretty well on the modeling. But the reason I'm showing this is as site plans come in that would be within those view sheds, the sector plan asks that developers provide similar modeling that demonstrates that the building heights that they're proposing wouldn't block the views of any, and the landmarks are listed in the sector plan, so that we would always want to be able to see the Marine Corps Memorial and the Washington Monument and those types of things. So here's another view of the monumental core, just comparing what we had modeled versus actually being there today. So this is all worked out in the building heights map. The pink areas are those priority view corridors from the observation deck. And then there are also recommendations for edge areas where there is, and I'll talk about this on another slide, there are sort of transitions of height at the edges of Rosslyn from the RCRD down to the other areas of Rosslyn. So these are the maximum heights measured from average grade for each project. And the tallest buildings would max out at 470 feet above sea level, which is a different way of measuring it, but that's generally what we have seen with other projects to be what the FAA has found acceptable from a flight path perspective. Moving up, and I had just talked about the transitioning to the edges. So there is I'll go back to this map. You can see on this side at the upper right where it has the neighborhood height transitions. So for each of those letters, it'll actually tell you, and I won't go too much into the detail here, but there's a formula of the distance between the building face and the opposite street edge, plus, say, in A, it's 125 feet, and then there's a bulk plane angle. So this image demonstrates how that works out on the ground. So if you had an edge site, you would just want to make sure that it's providing those transitions based on that map and on this diagram. And there's also a direction on tower orientation, which there's some flexibility on that, but in the modeling we found that certain, say an east-west tower orientation would work better for preserving view corridors than a north-south orientation. So again, there's a map for that. And then moving on to community benefits. Rosslyn, the CO Rosslyn treats density and height and additional density and height through site plans a little bit different than the other zoning categories. It's a little bit similar to CO Crystal City, but through the site plan process, the county board can grant additional density and height when the project is providing, and this is the language from the state code, certain features, design elements, uses, services, or amenities. We commonly refer to these as the community benefits, consistent with the county plans and policies like the sector plan. So the sector plan differentiates between standard improvements, which are those, remember in CO Rosslyn you have a by right density of 0.6 FAR. So anything above 0.6 FAR is going to require site plan approval, or anything above 35 feet in height will require site plan approval. So between the 0.6 FAR and then moving up to 3.8 or 4.8 FAR, depending on if it's office, hotel, or residential use, or a height of 150 or 180 feet, again, depending on the use, those are the standard improvements, and we would expect these standard site plan conditions to get up to that level. And then above that 3.8, 4.8, all the way up to the CO Rosslyn max of 10 FAR, those are the exceptional improvements. And again, there's a list in the sector plan of the types of things that would be expected from a community benefit standpoint to get from the 3.8, 4.8 up to 10 FAR, and the heights up to the building height map in the sector plan. And another thing I want to point out about community benefits is in a lot of cases in the past or in other projects, there's a number of different priorities that we have for community benefits, be it parks, transportation improvements, affordable housing, all the things that you usually talk about. And in the sector plan, it recommends, rather than getting smaller contributions to a number of those different things, it might be better, because these are very large, high-density projects, to get perhaps a larger contribution towards maybe one or two major improvements. So for example, filling in the Fort Myer Tunnel, or improvements to Gateway Park, which are going to require major contributions, and if we have to wait for 5 or 10 buildings to provide enough contributions to get there, we may never get there. So what we said is we'd rather achieve these sooner, and so I know this isn't something that is discussed at length, at least through the SPRC process, but by the time a project comes to you at the Planning Commission, that in the conditions, there may be a project that doesn't have a parks contribution because it's focusing on transportation, or it may not have a transportation contribution because it's focusing on parks. There are a number of implementation actions that are underway or have happened since 2015. The major one of those is the adoption of amendments to the CO Rosslyn zoning. These happened in 2016, so some of you may remember the ZOCO meetings that we had on that. So what that did was rewrote most of the CO Rosslyn zoning district to be consistent with the sector plan. It references the sector plan building heights map in the zoning ordinance, and the county board, and it sets these 5 findings that the county board may approve height both up to the building heights map and potentially above the building heights map but the board would have to make each of those findings in doing so. And also on the topic of density, the 10.0 FAR cap has been a pretty standard cap that there's not a green building bonus that can go on top of that, or an affordable housing bonus that can go on top of that. But we recognized in the sector plan and also in the zoning ordinance that there may be some very limited instances when the county board may want flexibility to approve a project above 10 FAR, and those are to accommodate on-site new segments of 18th Street, and that was particularly aimed at the International Place project, which is across the street from Central Place and actually part of the Central Place site plan, where that existing building has sort of maxed out its density because it was part of the Central Place site plan. So if we would want to implement the 18th Street corridor, that building would need to redevelop. And then the other one would be if Metro wants to pursue a second Metro station, and a developer is, providing that station on site, that could be an instance when the board could consider additional FAR. And also there could be opportunities for transfer of development rights where perhaps there's a site that maxes out its building height, but still has some additional FAR, and we'd have to work out exactly how that would work out. But we wanted to make sure that the zoning ordinance wouldn't preclude that necessarily. And if the county board approves additional density above 10, they couldn't approve additional height based on the map and vice versa. So you couldn't get both. And then these are the links to a number of different projects. I'm not going to go through each of these in detail, but I mentioned the Rosslyn Plaza PDSP was approved. The Western Rosslyn Area Plan, just outside the RCRD, that plan was approved around the same time as the Rosslyn Sector Plan. And then, of course, there were all the development approvals there of the Penzance project, the Wilson School, and the Queens Court development. And of course, associated with that, the Rosslyn Highlands Park, that coordinated open space plan, and that's under, construction, I believe, is underway. Central Place, I mentioned, including the plaza and the observation deck are both done, and the observation deck is free to Arlington County residents. And the Rosslyn Streetscape Elements Master Plan was coordinated between the county and the bid to look at things like street furniture and get into the details of the streetscapes. And under construction is a first segment of the Esplanade along Lynn Street and along Lee Highway, and also some improvements to Custer's Trail, and that will include the Corridor of Light public art project on Lynn Street. And then a couple of studies in process I mentioned previously, the Core of Rosslyn Transportation Study, and the boathouse, which is also recommended in the sector plan as the first boathouse on the Arlington side of the Potomac, which is primarily a National Park Service project in coordination with the county. And that project last year wrapped up its environmental assessment. So that's moving forward. And they did recommend the National Park Service has a preferred alternative, which would combine the county-owned property sort of at the top of the hill near the I-66 exit at Lynn Street and Lee Highway, and then another portion sort of at the bottom of that hill along the river. And of course, I've been talking all through the sector plan. I'd be remiss if I didn't provide a link to the sector plan so that you can read all 220 pages at your leisure. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ladd. That was a very good and detailed presentation. Mr. Harner, we welcome you forward. Thank you for making the time to be with us this evening. It's good to see you back at a Planning Commission meeting.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. It's great to be here. Just want to have a slightly different theme about what I'm going to talk about tonight, since Matt covered the material so well. First of all, let me say that working on the sector plan with staff through the whole process was a great experience and extremely positive and a great partnership. So that was, I think, one of the strengths that got us to where we are today is just the staff flexibility and sort of resilience and all kinds of other good things that got us to where we are. We have been presenting some of our experience in this at AIA lectures, and we have one coming up in, it's unfortunately in Las Vegas, but we're going to be presenting that. So you see these slides here that say AIA on them. But I want to talk a little bit about sort of the process aspect of the plan. And let's see, Commissioner Giacomini, you were around during the Rosslyn approval. Commissioner Siegel, I think, and Commissioner Stroll. So some of you are pretty familiar with this. But when we went back and started looking at sort of the history of planning in Arlington, is looking at this lecture, this actually became a really fascinating story about kind of the clash of forces of the metro and the highways that met in Rosslyn and the forces of private development. And I think one of the theme I'm going to do in my 10 minutes is the sort of the three-legged stool of staff and the sort of institutional leg of the stool that I just talked about in terms of implementing the sector plan. The private development community, which is an extremely important leg of the stool, but the equally important leg of the stool, I think, is the citizens. And one thing that as I looked at the history of this, that became so clear, and I'm sure others know this story better than I do, but the way the citizens have formed the corridor. So in 1955, the Federal Highway Act was passed, and in 1960, Arlington adopted its first land use plan ever, for its first general land use plan. And the Rosslyn Master Plan was adopted in 1962 and updated in 1967. The whole aspect of Metro coming in the mid-60s when WMATA was formed and when WMATA approved the regional system is really fascinating to read about Arlington, and I'm sure everyone's aware of the story of moving the corridor from I-66 to the 5 stations that run in through the heart of Arlington. But at the time, that was an extremely bold move. And if you look at some of these old articles, the citizens voted 70% in favor of funding that metro move off the freeway into the corridor. And the money involved at that time was equal to 20 years of school bond funding. So the citizens saw Arlington in decline. School populations were dropping. People were moving out to the suburbs. And so you had this amazing thing of the freeways being passed, which was moving people to suburbs. But yet Arlington citizens voted to put the money into Metro, and we're really living off that fat today from that bold move that they made in the 60s. What's really fascinating is that after that, as you start to look at how the planning started to happen, is that the Metro was placed in the corridor, but yet for the next 5 years or so, there was very minimal planning that went on from the sort of institutional side. So in the early 70s, there was something called the Citizens Committee on Optimum Growth, and it was later, and maybe Nancy remembers this, but it was later combined with other groups, and it became the Coalition for Optimum Growth, which was co-opt, that they called themselves. And they actually really took the lead on moving the county government at that time to create sector plans. So the metro had been planned, the stops had been chosen, but the citizens saw we're going to have all our beautiful neighborhoods overrun with massive development. So it's really the citizen side that took the first step to force the 5 sector plans to start to happen. Finally, in about 1975, the Rosslyn Metro Station location was chosen. And what's also fascinating to me is that the sector plan for Rosslyn really followed the selection of that station. So we always had been lagging a little bit in terms of our planning behind events on the ground. If you look back at some of the original plans, even the 1962 plan, when it really went from the pawn shop character to the first redevelopment in the 60s, the plan said variances in a height limit that was raised from 7 to 12 stories in 1962 were inducements for developers, Arms recalled. In turn, developers agreed to provide millions of dollars to construct streets and walkways. So there's a recurring theme that just happens over and over and over again, is that the county, we kept throwing density at Rosslyn. We kept having promises of public benefits and public improvements made by the private sector. And I think it's fair to say that we kept falling short over that history of having those plans implemented. And you can see each one of these plans successively throws more density at the problem. So in 1977, the plan, it first started to talk about preserving vistas. It says preserve and enhance existing vistas, particularly those related to plazas and pedestrian areas, preserve and enhance vistas with sense of entry to Rosslyn, encourage future development to create new vistas related to pedestrian areas. And I just love this map here, which is like a crazy quilt of vistas that I have no idea how you would ever implement this plan for these vistas. But it's interesting. So the vistas were identified like almost 40 years ago as a key aspect of planning with a bunch of arrows on a map that somehow was supposed to get implemented. So moving on, the station opens in 1977, and amazingly, after the metro was put in place, I-66 was then put through Rosslyn after the metro, which is actually the exact opposite. You always expect your rail and public transit infrastructure to precede the freeways. So you have this, it's this fascinating clash of transportation modes hitting Rosslyn. Finally, in the 80s, we got to a number of buildings. The 1985 sector plan, there were plans being redone over and over again, always looking at identifying views, and then there was always an effort to use density as a tool to somehow fix all the problems. Somehow the money that's going to come off of density is going to provide the funding to fix the streets, to fix the open spaces, to fix everything. But throughout this time, the sector plans were not carrying a great deal of guidance on how that was going to be done. So on the left here is when we first got involved in 1999, we formed our firm and decided to become a sort of pro bono type architects. And we worked with Rosslyn Renaissance at the time before the bid was formed on this Turnberry Tower site plan. So this was one of the first or second 300-foot buildings under the new CO Rosslyn zoning that was supposed to fix all the ills. And it came along with its initial proposal of several stories of above-grade parking that had beautiful sort of ivy-covered arches of a concrete wall and a big plaza set back from the street. And we worked with Rosslyn Renaissance at that time we hardly did anything positive except we got the parking replaced with at-grade uses. But that was really our first, on the private side, that we saw the problems with just having the increased density thrown at the problem and without a lot of guidance to go with it. So then along in 2000, I was on the Central Place Working Group. I conducted urban design charrettes with Rosslyn Renaissance before the bid was formed. The Central Place Working Group looked at the heights in the central core area, was very involved with that. And then basically in the late, about 2007, 2008, after the board adopted their resolution on tapering, we started to think about, is there another way to understand heights and densities and views in Rosslyn besides the tapering process? And that's the time at which we started to formulate the notion of how do you use the idea of peaks and valleys and views as a device to figure out height. So we're very much involved throughout that time period on looking at the kinds of design guidelines and devices that would work. I'm just going to take 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. If that's all right. So as Matt pointed out, the topography slopes up about 50 feet. There's a flight path of a plane that's supposed to glide over. That's about the right elevation for it. Interestingly, in the 62 plan, I think that the flight path was said to limit the height of buildings to 12 stories. That at that point, that was the maximum height you could go with the flight path, which has not changed. It's the same flight path that it's been since that time. And so in 1970, 79, the heights were increased to 180 feet consistently across the board, and you got that stepping up. Once the metro was put in place, these pink buildings indicate the Gannett Towers and the Rosslyn Center. So immediately upon the metro station going in, there was these new buildings up to 300 feet, and under what, at least in some of the articles I read, was called spot developing, and I believe this was one of the planning directors at the time said a lot of developers came over to Rosslyn to speculate. Urbanski recalled, even though the address wasn't as good as downtown, land was just so much cheaper, and Rosslyn was really designed for spot zoning. The height limit got to be kind of a joke, was the quote from the planning director at that time. And it also said the public benefits the developers agreed to provide were just so enormous. Director Thomas Parker said, height is not necessarily unattractive, and I think the history will bear us out. You can get a dumpier, squattier building at 12 stories or a nice building at a more reasonable height. So one of my themes is that you can just see the same story happening over and over again, where height and density were thrown at the problem without planning. And that's why I think I'm excited about the current sector plan, because even though Matt just showed a lot of detail and a lot of step backs and guidelines and pieces of the plan, it's really the first time the county developed a plan with enough tooth in it to be able to implement. So the CO Rosslyn zoning just jumped up the height from up to 300 feet. Central Place came along and had, as Matt noted, the little pink towers were just a tiny bit higher, but not really higher than what the west end of Rosslyn is. So hard to do a taper when there's about a 4-foot difference in height. And that's how we got to the place that we are now with the sector plan and looking at the peaks and valleys. In the interest of time, I won't go into that aspect of it. I think it's worth thinking about the underlying part of it. But I do want to note one thing is that in terms of the three-legged stool and the importance of the commission, and I think if you look at the citizens and the co-opt and the whole history of planning, when I sat on the commission, it sometimes seems like, as commissioners, we're outgunned. We're completely outgunned. We don't have the time, we don't have the money, and a lot of times we don't have the expertise to go toe-to-toe with the developers and with the staff. And the staff is always in a very difficult position. They professionally always want to do the right thing. They have a huge amount of forces on them. So I think my message is that the commission as a body expressing the intent of the community and fighting for implementation of plans based upon planning principles and upon long-term vision and about consistency, it's important to keep that role in mind as the commission. And there's always the argument of we need more density, we're going to provide so much money, we have all these community benefits. I think history has shown that that has not worked. What works is having a plan that is consistently implemented and followed through and well understood and stuck to. And so that's my short little message to you guys. That's what I'd like to get across.
Thank you, Commissioner Harner, for being here tonight and for that great history of Rosslyn and for your leadership through the Realize Rosslyn process. Also, I want to thank Mr. Fusarelli, who was the staff lead as we went through that process. So thank you for all your hard work. So now it's kind of time for the commission to ask questions of staff. And again, this is, as Mr. Ladd mentioned, tonight we're not kind of asking questions about any specific site plan per se, so it suggests that we don't do that, but it is more to better understand the sector plan if there's something that you've come across that you don't understand, and staff will be getting back to us with responses. So with that, certainly I'd like to open it up to my fellow commissioners for any questions. Yes, Commissioner Siegel.
So I want to thank you both for your presentation, and it's good to see Commissioner Harner back in the room, imparting his wisdom. I really did appreciate that message that you had for us. What I wanted to ask about is I don't know what page your findings were on your presentation. I think it's 5 findings. A little bit of history there, I guess, I could supply or offer. I had chaired ZOCO at the time, and there was a very substantive debate about the heights map and whether it should be codified or not. It was really very interesting debate, and in the end, I think the response was, the decision was to use the findings for a variety of reasons, and I can, if you want to hear more about that, you can call me. First, my recommendation to my fellow commissioners would be, absolutely read the whole thing if you can, but the implementation section, it's section 4, starts on page 192, and that tells you what the community benefits and the extraordinary community benefits are and how they're being apportioned. Since we don't have a codified heights map, this is our way of distributing those benefits. So the question here is, as we go through site plan by site plan, these 5 findings, which ultimately the board has to make, will be presented site plan by site plan. Is that the case?
I think, and we haven't had a chance to test this out, but we will for the first time. I think the expectation when the findings were put into the zoning ordinance would be that, for example, the staff report would go through each of these and demonstrate how the project meets or does not meet each of the findings, but it would ultimately be up to the county board to make that decision.
But my question really is that you would look to each site plan for commissioners, for the site plan review, to make some recommendation or some consideration of those findings. Do they fit? Don't they fit? Has the project been able to demonstrate that it needs the height and the community can tolerate the height because the findings have been asserted and met?
Well, I guess without micromanaging the SPRC process, I think the expectation would be that the findings would be in play as a discussion item when building height comes up as a topic.
I just one more comment, if I might follow up. My concern during the creation and during the zoning discussion of the heights map really was how do we take the broad view of the whole area, the peaks and valleys design? How do we ensure that we get that on a sort of site plan by site plan approach and process, which is what we have? Rereading this now, I feel very good about the design and this particular implementation chapter, that it gives us ways to do that, so I say that.
Thank you, Commissioner Siegel. Commissioner McSweeney, were you seeking recognition?
I was earlier. Actually, Commissioner Siegel did ask one of the questions I asked, or at least talked about it, which was the codification. I remember that was something we were talking about right when I came on the commission. So thank you. That was helpful, and I look forward to reading that. I did have a question, which is not necessarily directly part of your presentation, but early on in my tenure, I do remember we had a discussion about heights and the FAA, and I'm just wondering if there's been any progress or further clarification in the last 3 years, and if you could come back to us with any recent information. I think that would be really helpful.
I think the short answer is there hasn't been any further clarification from the FAA since then, and I'm going to look to Mr. Fusarelli to make sure that that's correct.
Thank you for the question. For the record, Anthony Fusarelli with CPHD. I think the answer that Mr. Ladd gave is correct. There really had I think the topic you might be inquiring about was the study of one engine inoperative and sort of the pilot program that the Airports Authority was going through at that time. We've recently met with them, I want to say several months ago, for part of our just regular check-ins, and we're not aware of sort of any formal kind of action that was taken as a result of that study, but we will confirm that, and we'll be happy to get back to the commission in addition to the rest of our responses.
Thank you, Mr. Fusarelli. So Commissioner Guerin and then Commissioner Lentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ladd. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you, Mr. Harner, for your wisdom. I want to give a short background on this. I requested this for us because so many of us are new to some of the plans that are meant to implement the visions for our community. And I thought it would be helpful to have the highlights of the plan, and you did a really nice job with that, as we go forward with development applications that we're going to see in this neighborhood and others. So I also really appreciate what you said, Mr. Harner, about how important it is to understand these plans and help the community sort of amplify the intent and the vision as we go forward. And so to the extent that you have a chance to read through the plan, as Commissioner Siegel said, and then have more questions, staff can answer them for us, just to help us understand how this is meant to be used. So with that, I also wanted to thank you, Mr. Harner, for the graphics showing the height changes over time. That was very illuminating. And I do have one question for you, and I don't know if it's something you can answer now or if you want to think about it and provide us with a written description of it. But with this understanding that community benefits will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and we're looking for each applicant to contribute a larger amount to a single project. Can you walk us through or give us a sense of how you decide who contributes to what? We already heard that up to 30% would go for affordable housing. So how does that balance with some of the other things that we need the private development community to help us in order to implement the vision, in particular parks and open space?
Well, as always, and really on every project, the site plan conditions are negotiated between the applicant and staff, and then ultimately presented to the Planning Commission and the board. I think looking at past Rosslyn cases that didn't necessarily come under this guidance in the sector plan, but we have had a number of CO Rosslyn projects that provided those extraordinary community benefits, and I think with a number of those, there were contributions towards larger projects, and without having the firsthand knowledge of how those were negotiated, my understanding is it's usually if there's a project that's nearby, if you're a development that is next to one of the parks that's in the plan or next to one of the transportation improvements, that's probably a first place to start. And it would also, because a lot of these, I think the expectation is not that they would be funded 100% necessarily with developer contributions, but it would be developer contributions supplementing public contributions. So we would also consider the timing of when does it slot into the county CIP, for example.
So just to follow, okay. So timeliness and geographic proximity, and anything else? Okay.
Just to add, I think the timeliness or the relationship of time to the implementation of a specific project, as Mr. Ladd noted, and also the physical relationship are probably two of the primary. Of course, depending on a particular location or site, there may be other priorities that are at play that the county is trying to advance. And those would also factor into it as well. But I think we'd really need to know what specific proposal was under consideration in order to be able to evaluate that full offering.
Thank you, that's really helpful. So I expect that in upcoming SPRCs, we will understand this a little bit better as to how the area for the application of the community benefits, cash contribution, and so on is identified. Thank you.
Commissioner Latelmi and then Commissioner Morton.
I just want to follow up a little bit on what Commissioner Guerin did mention, and that's affordable housing. This has come up already in Rosslyn, not exactly in this particular area, but from what your presentation gives, and I admit I haven't read through the entire Rosslyn sector plan, the update on it, but it seems to contemplate that rather than on-site affordable housing, most will be contributions, with an idea that it would be used somewhere within Rosslyn. It does not seem that there is any mechanism to keep that money in Rosslyn. There Queens Court, of course, is a wonderful project, but it's not enough for the size of Rosslyn and the number of people that is projected, given the additional density for the area. Is there some way, do you know of some way that we can identify that we can use those contributions for affordable housing to somehow be used within this sector to boost the number of affordable units by this eminently walkable, transit-rich area? That's sort of my question and observation for staff.
I don't know if I can answer that question directly in terms of whether there is a mechanism or not. I can provide I can share a little bit more about, I think, the reason why the plan ended up at the recommendation it did. And that is because sometimes, we can't necessarily predict the future with great certainty. And so if we had, for instance, a series of CO Rosslyn site plans approved, and we were able to, as part of the community benefits, able to achieve a significant amount of contributions, what we can't do is we can't necessarily guarantee the timing of a project to receive such funding in the Rosslyn Station area with any great certainty. I think there may be a good chance that a project would arise that could receive that, but without being able to guarantee that, I think that was part of the reason why the language was crafted in a way to sort of prioritize or strongly prioritize directing those into Rosslyn, but also understanding if there was a lack of such projects that could receive that funding in Rosslyn for an extended period of time, then, would it not be better to try and achieve those units as close to Rosslyn as possible?
Part of the concern is that there isn't identified areas for affordable housing. That might be one of the flaws of the plan, is that I'm afraid it's going to end up all luxury housing, and that there isn't going to be any affordable housing within the area itself, even though we desire it and it's contemplated. So, my comment.
Commissioner Morton, and then I kind of want to be going to our next agenda item in the next 5 minutes or so. So if other commissioners after Commissioner Morton do have things they want to ask, certainly want to get to those, but we do have a couple other agenda items. Commissioner Morton.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the presentations. I want to associate myself also with Commissioner Len-Telmy's, preference. I think that was coming out that units can be allocated to Rosslyn and our other high-density areas as much as possible. I had a question. What's exciting about this plan is the very explicit stress, and as codified in these findings with adjectives like distinctive, dynamic, appealing, and it was really interesting to get the presentation by former Commissioner Harner about how this stress on views and having a memorable, distinctive skyline has been going on for decades. I'm wondering, now that you're seeing projects going forward, do you feel like the guidance in the plan, we always debate, are guidelines too strict? Are they not strict enough? How do we really ensure that we're getting a high quality urban design? Is it up to the Planning Commission? How do you see that going forward, given what you know about, I know not that many plans have come forward, but how do we really ensure that as it grinds through this process?
I think it's no different than any other site plan project, and maybe the difference being that there is more detailed and timely guidance in this sector plan than a project, say, in some of our other station areas where this sector plans haven't been refreshed in a while or don't provide. I know as staff, and I think I'd say also probably as a planning commissioner, you're looking for that as much detail as possible to help you evaluate so that it becomes more objective and less subjective. So I think it's always a balance, but just recognizing that there are a lot of technical guidelines in the sector plan. But really, it's up to staff, and that's why we have the urban design and research team to help the SPRC with those conversations, and also the planning commission. Certainly will weigh in on those aesthetic design type elements.
Yeah, and we like to recognize how helpful Chris Kreider and his team have been, and I'm looking forward to seeing them participate a lot more in this kind of discussion. So, thanks.
Mr. Harner, did you want to weigh in on that as well?
Just real quickly, one of the things that came about as we were implementing, and Commissioner Siegel referred to it with the heights, is that a number of commissioners pushed for more specific rules, what are now guidelines, to be actually codified rules. And so the issue there is that having a set of rules that are more hard and fast reduces the amount of time needed for review, provides more certainty. It takes away a lot of the sort of maneuvering and the judgment calls that are made by applicants frequently. So interesting, and this is another important part of the message, is that, I forgot to mention it, is that we got to a point with the sector plan final document and had a lot of rules in it. And I think staff, I'm going to speak very frankly, came under a lot of pressure from the development community, and a number of those rules were stripped. And we actually called a special commission hearing, emergency hearing, first time it had ever been done, to put some pressure back to what we were able to at least do is get the rules back in as more specific guidelines. So your question is spot on. This is the rub, and this is the pressure that you're constantly under, with the guidelines being fudged and trimmed and chipped at and diminished, and all of the little arguments that are made, and it creates a lot of time involvement on your part and a lot of time involvement on staff's part, all in the sort of aegis of flexibility was a big item at that time. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other kind of final questions from folks on this? Well, I want to thank again Mr. Ladd, Mr. Fusarelli, and Mr. Harner for making themselves available this evening. Great presentation. Thank you for fielding questions. Mr. Harner, great to see you again. Miss having you up here at the dais as well, but we really appreciate you taking some time this evening to give us that history lesson and also give us your thoughts. So thank you all. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Item number 2 is ZOA-2019-07, a zoning amendment to the zoning ordinance. We have our planning staff and our housing staff to present this item.
Mr. Franklin, Mr. Murphy, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you. So as you might be aware, the accessory dwelling ordinance was adopted in 2008 and implemented in 2009. The Affordable Housing Master Plan in 2015 recommended review of the ordinance to encourage greater use, and the board directed staff to look into accessory dwelling adjustments as one of the priority items in implementing the plan. So revisions to the existing accessory dwelling ordinance were adopted on November 27th, 2017, with the exception of new detached accessory dwellings. Staff had proposed allowing detached accessory dwellings to follow the same requirements as accessory building, which includes a 1-foot side and rear setback. The board did not ultimately adopt that recommendation, but did decide to allow accessory dwellings in detached accessory buildings only where the building existed prior to that adoption date of November 27th, 2017, and allowing for interior alterations only. The county board then directed the manager and staff to return to the board with options on setbacks for new detached accessory dwellings, and that's why we're before you tonight. So to reiterate, there are 2 ways to establish an accessory dwelling today. You can create an accessory dwelling within or attached to the main dwelling, or do a conversion of an existing accessory building that was established prior to that November 2017 date of adoption. Construction of new detached accessory dwellings established after that date are not currently permitted to be turned into an accessory dwelling. From 2009 to 2018, we had 20 accessory dwellings approved, and since the amendment in 2017, we have had 10 approved, of which 3 have been conversions of existing detached accessory buildings. So there's been a considerable uptick in interest since that amendment took place. The proposed amendment is part of Housing Arlington, which seeks to expand both affordable and missing middle housing. Housing Arlington recognizes that accessory dwellings are an existing tool to provide an adequate supply of housing, help older adults age in place, provide a typically lower-priced housing alternative, and enable homeowners to receive additional income from that rental unit. So what is an accessory dwelling? In Arlington, an accessory dwelling is an independent dwelling unit that is permitted in our districts on lots containing one-family dwellings, has its own kitchen and bath, is occupied by no more than 3 people, and has a separate entrance. The accessory dwelling unit must meet building code for fire separation, fire egress, and separate heating and air handling. There are additional standards that are in place for detached accessory dwellings. The maximum accessory building height must be the smaller of 1.5 stories, or 25 feet. The maximum footprint in R5 and R6 districts is 560 square feet and 650 square feet in all other R districts. The maximum size of a detached accessory dwelling is limited to 750 square feet. So staff has prepared an analysis that includes research on setbacks for detached accessory dwellings in other jurisdictions. Staff found that in general, jurisdictions often do apply the same setback standards for accessory buildings to accessory dwellings, and we found that 5 feet tends to be the most commonly used setback. Staff also identified the number of qualifying lots based on different setback options. We largely focused in on 1, 5, and 10 feet. This looked at having at least 8 feet of separation from the main building, having enough available area to accommodate the maximum footprint without exceeding coverage requirements. The analysis found that about 37% to 44% of lots could accommodate the maximum footprint. The setback inversely impacted the number of eligible lots. The analysis did find that the eligible lots were evenly distributed throughout the county. The study looked at a number of considerations, and I will highlight some of those in the next few slides. One of the main considerations we looked at was the building code requirements. At 1 foot, no openings such as windows are allowed. At 3 to 5 feet, you can have 25% of the wall for openings. And at greater than 5 feet, you have no limitations on the number of openings. We looked at it from the perspective of the resident of the accessory dwelling. We looked at things such as quality of life, access to natural light, with more window openings at 5 feet. We also looked at it from the perspective of the neighbor adjacent to the accessory dwelling. The 5 and 10 foot setback options provided greater separation, which reduced impacts on privacy and landscaping. We also looked at the accessory dwelling property owner and constructability. For the 5 and 10 foot setback option, the owner does not have to comply with those code requirements. That could potentially lead to a less expensive construction process and greater flexibility in design. For maintenance, the 1 foot setback could create maintenance difficulties of the yard and accessory dwelling. The 5 foot and 10 foot options would create a larger space between the building and property line, making it easier to maintain. And lastly, looking at on the slide administration, the 1 foot option would result in a simpler zoning administration process, as it does maintain consistency with existing standards for accessory buildings. Obviously, then the 5 and 10 foot setbacks would create new standards. This could result where a homeowner could still build an accessory building with a 1 foot setback today, and this would be precluded from converting an accessory dwelling in the future. Site planning and design, the 10-foot setback resulted in less usable open space than both the 5 and 1 foot options. And the 10-foot setback also aligned the accessory dwelling behind the main dwelling, which could lead to a greater perception of massing on the lot. We also looked at tree preservation. The 5-foot setback option would allow for that greater separation between the lot line and the accessory dwelling than the 1-foot setback option, potentially reducing impacts to the neighbor's trees. And then the 5-foot setback option would also allow for more flexibility in the placement of the accessory dwelling than the 10-foot setback option would, which could potentially help the owner minimize impacts to their own trees. And lastly, as I had mentioned before, we looked at the potential supply of accessory dwellings. The spatial analysis found that as the setback increased, the fewer lots that would qualify. Staff did some additional modeling that showed each setback option from a view looking down from the neighbor's lot on the top left, plan view of the lot on the top right, a view of the accessory dwelling from the street, and a view of the accessory dwelling from the neighbor's yard. This first set of image is showing an accessory dwelling at 1 foot. You can notice the absence of openings on the 2 sides facing the right side and rear lot lines, and obviously the close proximity to the neighboring yard making maintenance difficult. The next set of images shows a 5-foot setback. Notice the addition of windows and the greater separation between the neighboring property. And then finally, the last set of images shows a 10-foot setback, which you'll notice will limit the placement of the accessory dwelling as it moves the accessory dwelling into the center of the property and aligns it more with the main dwelling. So based on this analysis, staff is recommending a 5-foot setback for new detached accessory dwellings. We feel that setback balances design flexibility, privacy, and separation concerns in the county's housing goals. And as noted previously, we found that this was a common setback standard in other jurisdictions that we looked at. We'll now turn it over to Timothy Murphy to talk about the amendment and the community engagement process.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. And for the record, my name is Tim Murphy, and with the Planning Division. So first, I want to inform the Planning Commission that on April 25th, the County Board authorized advertisement of proposed zoning ordinance language. In addition to staff's recommended language, they expanded the scope of the advertised zoning text to also allow for further consideration of setbacks for detached accessory dwellings. So they advertised a range of 1 to 5 feet. And then in addition to that, the County Board also advertised language that would allow for existing accessory buildings with exterior stairs that are located above the first floor of the accessory building and that are located on the side of the lot that fronts a street to be converted. Staff continues to recommend the 5-foot setback recommendation. And staff also now recommends the adoption of the proposed language to address the placement of exterior stairs as well, and we'll touch on that shortly. So the proposed zoning ordinance amendment consists of changes to 2 sections of the zoning ordinance, section 12.9.2, which are the use standards for accessory dwellings, and section 16.2, which is part of Article 16, which addresses nonconformities. And this is specifically in the section related to nonconforming buildings and structures. The first proposed change to the use standards for accessory dwellings, staff is proposing to permit the establishment of new detached accessory dwellings in accessory buildings that are constructed and established after the date of adoption of the proposed amendment, provided that they comply with new setback requirements. And staff is proposing 5-foot side and rear setbacks on interior lots and the side setback on corner lots, and then a 10-foot rear setback on a corner lot. Staff wants to note that these setback requirements would differ from the existing setback standards for accessory buildings, which, if they meet dimensional standards for maximum building footprint and building height, can be placed on the lot with up to 1 foot from the side and rear setback, and then 10 foot on a corner lot on the rear setback. So it's important to note that with the potential adoption of this proposed amendment, new accessory buildings can still be built to comply with the existing 1 foot setback standards for accessory buildings. But moving forward into the future, these buildings would be precluded from being converted into an accessory dwelling because they don't comply with the 5 foot proposed setback. Should a homeowner wish to have the option of converting their new accessory building into a detached accessory dwelling in the future, then the building should be built to comply with the 5 foot setback standard. The next component to the proposed amendment is a change that would address concerns regarding the conversion of existing accessory buildings into detached accessory dwellings. As currently written, the standards in the zoning ordinance preclude conversions if the existing accessory building does not comply with the maximum building footprint or maximum building height standards. Staff recommends increasing flexibility for conversions by allowing conversions of existing accessory buildings regardless of their conformity to the existing maximum building height and building footprint standards. Under this change, conversions would continue to be limited to interior alterations only within the existing accessory building, and the resulting accessory dwelling would still need to conform to the maximum gross floor area requirements. In addition to the maximum building height and building footprint standards, as I mentioned previously, the county board advertised additional language to address the placement of exterior stairs. Staff now recommends this proposed change as well, which would treat the placement of exterior stairs in a similar manner to footprint and height requirements for existing accessory buildings. Staff also proposes updating the date of adoption that's found in the standards for accessory dwellings from November 27th, 2017, which is the date of adoption of the previous amendment to these standards, to the proposed, or the date of adoption of the proposed amendment. This change would clarify how the standards apply and would ensure that homeowners who built accessory buildings between 2017 and the date of adoption of this proposed amendment have an opportunity to establish a detached accessory dwelling through the conversion process. And then finally, staff proposes changes to Article 16 related to non-conforming buildings and structures. These proposed changes would provide additional clarity to standards related to additions and expansions to non-conforming accessory buildings and structures, and it would also clarify which zoning districts additions to 1 and 2 family dwellings that encroach on a setback can occur. And I should mention, with this Article 16 change, this is a follow-up in providing some technical clarity to a 2018 zoning ordinance amendment to Article 16. Next, we want to highlight the community engagement that's occurred thus far during our zoning study process. This slide identifies the public engagement activities that staff conducted, as well as the various commissions, committees, and advisory group meetings that the staff has attended. I want to specifically highlight the public engagement portion. Staff held a public open house on March 5th to provide community members an opportunity to learn about the zoning study, review the analyses that staff conducted, and review the modeling of the different setback options, and also pose questions and most importantly, provide feedback to staff. Staff also posted these open house materials on the county's website and hosted an online feedback form for community members who weren't able to attend the meeting in person. Staff hosted that online feedback form for a 2-week period, and one notable takeaway from the feedback of the respondents that provided feedback specifically on the 3 setback options, only approximately 20% of respondents preferred a setback that was greater than 5 feet for new detached accessory dwellings. Staff also want to highlight comments that were submitted by the Urban Forestry Commission. Staff attended their meeting in March, and the Urban Forestry Commission has recommended changes to the amendment related to tree preservation and noticing to neighbors, as well as continuing to monitor impacts. Staff wants to note that the development of detached accessory dwellings can generate impacts to trees. However, these dwellings are also of a similar size to accessory buildings that can also be constructed by right today. Accessory dwellings and buildings can both have similar foundations and can both be connected with utilities. For by right development, such as accessory buildings and accessory dwellings, there are existing standards within the zoning ordinance, such as setbacks and maximum lot coverage, that ensure open space on lots for planting and landscaping. And as Mr. Franklin previously mentioned, when we conducted our analysis of the different setback options, we felt that the 5-foot setback provides additional space than, say, the 1-foot setback option to create some separation between the accessory dwelling and the neighbor's yard to potentially mitigate any impacts to a neighbor's tree that is near the lot line. And the 5-foot setback would also provide the homeowner flexibility to place their accessory dwelling on their lot such that they can try to avoid impacts to any trees of their own as well. Staff currently meets with potential applicants during the pre-application consultation process with accessory dwellings, and staff plans to develop and provide best practices materials to potential applicants to highlight ways to mitigate impacts to trees during the development of detached accessory dwellings. For our next steps, later this week on May 9th, we'll be headed to the Housing Commission to present the proposed amendment there. And then finally on May 18th, we'll be going back to the County Board for final consideration. And staff's recommendation is to adopt the attached ordinance to the staff report as shown in attachment A with options B as amended and with an effective date of July 1st, 2019. This concludes our presentation. We're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy and Mr. Franklin, for your presentations. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers?
We have 4 speakers this evening. Our first 2 speakers are Dan Gilbert, and he'll be followed by Phil Dales.
Gilbert, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. Oh, it's on. Hi, my name's Dan Gilbert, and I'm here because my accessory dwelling permit was denied last year. But through the work of my lawyer and staff, it looks as if I'll be legal July 1st, which is very exciting because it's an existing dwelling. It's an apartment above a garage. But in going through the zoning ordinances, I'm confused by a number of things, which maybe you can help me out with. The first is accessory dwellings are the only entity in the entire code which are subject to annual inspections. No one else is, just accessory dwellings, and I don't understand it. We are also have to do a property covenant, and elsewhere in the code, I just looked that up this afternoon, they generally apply to townhouse parking and common areas and accessory dwellings and caregiver suites, which I think fall under the same category. So I'm confused by that. I have been seriously confused by the 1.5-story requirement in height because the 1.5-story definition has nothing to do with height. It has to do with knee walls, dormers, dormer setbacks, architectural details. It does not specify the building height that I can find. I'm confused by that. And the last thing I'm confused by is why the Board of Zoning Appeals doesn't have any jurisdiction over accessory dwellings, because it's been my experience that no matter how good a law you write, there is always a distance between the intent and what is written. No matter how hard you try, that is always there. and there is no one to mitigate that, except for to come here and change the law. So I would recommend that the Board of Zoning Appeals have some jurisdiction over this. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you all very much for being here, and for staff who worked hard with us to make me legal, and which I think is a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert.
Bill Dales is followed by Charles Hughes.
Welcome, Mr. Dales.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I just want to commend staff for the increased focus on existing detached structures in the proposed ordinance. These changes, as staff notes in the report, will allow for the creation of ADUs in a way that will impact the neighborhoods that they're in less than the construction of new detached structures. And also, I would note that with regard to height and this 1.5-story definition that Mr. Gilbert mentioned, and footprint, it made little sense to prevent the use of an existing detached structure that was already a part of its neighborhood's fabric as an ADU. So I'll keep it very brief and just say again, it seems that Mr. Gilbert's structure would now comply with the amendments as proposed, and we hope that that'll help others with similar structures, similarly situated structures, to accommodate ADUs themselves without some of the difficulties that Mr. Gilbert's gone through. So thank you again to staff, and thank you to members of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Dales.
Charles Hughes is followed by Stephen Lutner.
Good evening, Mr. Hughes. Welcome.
Oh, good evening. I'm Charlie Hughes. I'm a vice president of the Arlington Ridge Civic Association. ARCA, as you may know, had expressed significant concerns to the county board in 2017 regarding the earlier proposal for detached ADUs 1 foot from the property line. And therefore, we felt possibly 2 feet from another ADU. So we had a lot of concerns about privacy and also just changing the character of residential neighborhoods, which we had addressed. So we're very happy to finally see the 1 foot provision being dropped in favor of the much more reasonable 5 foot setback that you're now proposing. However, since the county's experience with ADUs in general, I understand there haven't been a whole lot of them approved, and detached ADUs in particular, we believe it would be wise to relook at this issue a few years from now, or after some specific number of detached ADUs have been approved and constructed, specifically so that you can gain more insight into how they're being used, what impact, if any, they've had on our neighborhoods and neighborliness, and I define that to be friction between neighbors. I enjoyed the discussion about tree lines and that sort of thing, because nothing can create more friction in neighbors than trees, and how and whether they've impacted the privacy of those that reside in those detached ADUs or in nearby residences. So ARCA appreciates greatly the opportunity to have participated in this endeavor over the last many months. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
That was actually our last speaker for that item.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to all our speakers. Are there any commissions here tonight that wish to be heard? Okay, I'd like to now go to, so the discussion's now with the commission. I'd like to go now to our chair of our ZOCO committee or zoning committee, Commissioner Weir, for a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As far as the substance of the matter, I have nothing to add to the presentation that we have heard from staff. I will add just a little bit more background to the one meeting that the zoning committee had for the benefit of those who weren't present, which I think everyone might have been present. But just as a recap, then the topics that were discussed included the decision to choose a 5-foot minimum setback as opposed to some other distance, permissible materials, setback requirements in other jurisdictions, and criteria used elsewhere, the extent and character of staff outreach, importance of developing a regulatory framework that corresponds to what property owners actually want to do with possible accessory buildings and dwellings on their property, possible variation among county neighborhoods in the share of lots in a neighborhood that would be eligible under the 5-foot setback, whether that setback merely regulated consumer choice tree preservation issues, both the impact on neighboring trees, as well as the impact on property trees, and vertical expansion to existing one-story accessory buildings. Just some suggested topics for discussion in no particular order. The first, tree canopy, what recommendations, if any, might the commission make to the county board to protect the tree canopy and mature trees specifically, should efforts to encourage detached ADUs succeed? The 5-foot setback, does the commission recommend that the county board adopt the proposed 5-foot setback for newly constructed detached ADUs? Whether the conversion of existing, or the topic of conversion of existing accessory buildings, what recommendations, if any, might the commission make to ensure flexibility in converting existing single-story accessory buildings that do not meet the 5-foot setback? And finally, what, if any, design guidance should the commission recommend the board direct staff to prepare to aid property owners in submitting compliant proposals? And this was one item that came out of the discussion that we had on the 12th that I don't know if I've seen elaborated upon. Staff, in fairness, said they didn't know if it would be elaborated upon by now, and I'm only pointing it out because there might be interest in commissioners, among commissioners, in discussing it further. I intend to move the county manager's recommended motion. At this point, I'm not sure that I intend to support it, but we'll get to that when we get to that. I've also recommended a motion that could take either the form of an amendment or a follow-on motion that would ask the board to give additional guidance with flexibility for existing single-story, what would become non-conforming existing single-story accessory buildings with a less than 5-foot setback, should the property owner wish to, in converting that, add a 1/2 story. And we saw some design discussion around this at the March 12 meeting, and I'll just leave that for now, and I'll ask that question when I get to it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Weir. All right, so Commissioner Weir has kind of laid out his suggested topics, and we can certainly add to that. So we have tree canopy, what recommendations there, the 5-foot setback for the new ADUs, kind of whether we agree with that, which is staff's proposal or not. The kind of discussion around the conversions of existing accessory buildings that don't meet the 5-foot setback. What design guidelines should we consider, kind of more broadly, and then obviously Commissioner Weir kind of talked about and prefaced his intended motion. So are there other topics that people would like to discuss?
Mine probably could just be accommodated under the conversion of existing, because I have some questions concerning the notion of essentially grandfathering things that are above the recommended height, as well as the building footprint.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Siegel will go over. Commissioner Siegel.
I'd like to discuss the proposal or suggestion by, I believe it was Mr. Hughes, concerning a review. I'd like to discuss that a bit more as well.
Great. Yes, Commissioner Steinberger.
Well, that was what I want to talk about, the appeals process.
Excellent. All right. On the list, Commissioner McSweeney.
Thank you. I wanted to add a few things Mr. Gilbert had mentioned to give staff an opportunity to respond. There was the covenant issue, and there was the BZA not having jurisdiction.
Okay. All right. Others? Okay, we can always have a catch-all at the end. All right.
Commissioner Schroll, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I also want to discuss some under trees, but it's not necessarily the preservation of existing trees, but the possible replacement or of new trees, which is the same thing, but not really the same thing, but just as sort of a
We'll have a catch-all about trees.
Well, I had intended the tree canopy to include both mature trees and net effect to net effects, but
We can take all the tree questions there. So if there aren't any other things people want to add to the agenda, let's start with tree preservation, tree canopy replacement. Yes, Commissioner Gearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Schrull. I wanted to start because representatives from the Urban Forestry Commission couldn't be here tonight, but they did remind me of the letter that they sent us way back in April before we heard about the RTA. And just to recap, they point out that just having a shed or an existing building in the yard is very different from putting in a permanent ADU, which requires a lot of digging and so on. So keep this in mind when we're thinking about the impact on the trees. It is not just the location of the foundation. It is also what goes into putting in a sewer line and so on. And they want to be good neighbors, and they recognize the need for affordable housing, and we all laud our leadership for trying to find ways for people to stay in their houses and make them more affordable. But at the same time, they wanted to find a way that those goals for preserving housing and increasing affordable housing options don't conflict directly with our other goals for maintaining and increasing our tree canopy. So they were suggesting in this letter that we all received back in April, is there a way that we could get a survey and start looking at the trees that are impacted so we'd have more information going forward?
Thank you. Others want to be recognized. Yes, Commissioner Giacomini.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In thinking about the Urban Forestry's letter to us, and also a lot of the recent discussions about trees that have arisen in connection with other projects and other planning efforts, I have great sympathy for the preservation of mature trees. But I will say that they're sort of a crapshoot, if you will, right? I mean, everything has a life, and many mature trees, as just part of their aging process, develop rot, and it's unclear, and just even from looking from the outside of a tree, whether it has disease in it and how much longer it'll last. So I look forward to the update of the Natural Resources Protection and Urban Forest Master Plan to sort of start giving us some ideas and some guidance. But I think what's interested me more is thinking about how we renew our tree canopy. Rather than just trying to think of it as a snapshot in time, how is it that it can be renewed? In a real forest, you have big trees, you have little trees start growing, they die off because there's not enough nutrients and not enough light, but yet some of them survive, and the big trees fall down in a windstorm, and then the medium trees grow up. And we don't do that anymore because we are a built environment. We're not a true forest, it's an artificiality that we have. So in order to help the part of recreating canopy, of just reforestation, I wanted to think about what could we possibly do when there is an ADU that might not have to save a tree, but record where there are mature trees of a certain caliber, and then think about, talking about replacing in a certain way, probably not one for one, but on the property, not even necessarily it has to be the backyard where the ADU goes, could be a side, could be a front, in a way to start renewing our canopy and to keep it. And this is, since we are talking specifically about this particular zoning change, and I wanted to think about mitigating factors, and we have heard a lot about trees. And I think all of us probably have personal stories about the impact of development nearby on mature trees. I know I sure do. I now have a 20-foot snag instead of a 48 dBH live post oak in my backyard. So I think it's something that we will have continuing conversations on, and I will later offer an amendment because I think it's appropriate for us to really start thinking about this and being serious.
Thank you, Commissioner Giacomini. Commissioner Siegel, and then Commissioner Gearing.
I appreciate the discussion from Commissioner Giacomini and Commissioner Gearing. I've also thought a lot about trees. They come up in very many of our planning and site plan conversations, and here we're in a by right situation. And I just wanted to remind my fellow commissioners that when you take a broad look at the county, our urban tree canopy comes in, and I'm talking canopy now, not just cherished mature trees on R6 or R5 lots or R20 lots. I do understand and support and feel sympathetic, empathetic about those particular trees that shade our homes from sun, save us electricity, and contribute all the other health benefits. By the comment I'm about to make, I don't mean to undermine or demean that sentiment. But I do think and I think we're going to see this in urban space, urban forestry and natural resources master plan, which we're just about to embark on. Where is the canopy itself? There are lots in ARCA, which are large and very well forested. They're privately owned. They could fall to development. There are other lots that are just not buildable that contain large trees because they have a wide area to grow. And for a kind of small forest to do the sort of natural renewal process. So I just wanted to remind us what staff is talking about. I see on page 7, and correct me if I've misread this, that you estimate that under the new proposed guidelines, we'd see 37 to 44% of lots across one-family R districts would be able to accommodate a detached accessory dwelling. I think we should keep that in mind, what the extent of that is in the R districts, as we balance that against the need for ADUs, which I think we also, as Commissioner Guerin pointed out, are after. So we're balancing these things in a sort of complex way, and I simply wanted to put that on the table.
Thank you. Commissioner Guerin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to add to this discussion and share a little bit of information that we might not all be aware of. But if we decide to go in a direction where we are encouraging replacement or education about trees, the county already has a lot of programs in place, and we could start knitting these together. We have volunteer tree stewards who can go out and talk to you about your trees and what would grow in the right area. We have the tree canopy fund that developers pay into, and you can apply for trees. They typically go to either neighborhoods that apply as a group or where they're underserved by canopy trees, and then the county and both, I think Northern Virginia Water District provide whips every spring or summer, and you plant them in the fall. So there's a lot of ways to get free trees, free advice, get some advice to find out both what you might like and what would work in your yard.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Latelmi.
On trees, I've been thinking about this, and I'm wondering whether we have the law of unintended consequences kicking in by going with the 5-foot setback rather than the greatest flexibility of having the 1-foot setback. Reminder that the 1-foot setback standard is not a mandatory 1 foot, in that the owner can choose 1 foot, but can do 2, 3, 4, 5, or 10 feet. It just gives the most area within that lot where that accessory unit can be placed. That said, a lot of our accessory units are garages, essentially. In our older homes are garages that will never be able to be converted because they're really just wooden sheds that don't have foundations. And most of those they may not be 1 foot, but they're not 5 feet either. Mine is 3 feet from the lot lines. If I was to want to put up an accessory unit, I'm not grandfathered. My garage is not going to be able to be converted. It'll have to be torn down, and then I would have to move it over at least 2 feet in every direction. That could have it impinge on existing trees. We have a lot of those type of accessory accessory buildings that if they're going to be converted, that means they're torn down. They have to be moved, and it could end up impinging on existing trees. Whereas if we allowed a true grandfathering, if it's there, that same footprint can be used even if the structure can't be reused. I'd like to let us think through whether the 5-foot requirement ends up inadvertently handcuffing us into having some trees come down that otherwise could survive without changing the character of that lot because there's already an accessory building that's closer to the lot line. That's my only point.
Yes, Commissioner Giacomini, and then want to kind of get us moving through.
No, I appreciate Commissioner Lynn Talmey's notion of unintended consequences. And I think, the problem is that in mature lots that have existing homes, and even in, well, I shouldn't say just that, but in a county that's mature and that has had houses built, and either you're keeping the old house or you're just clear-cutting everything and putting in a new one, we also need, I think, and staff has tried to balance this, look at not just what's happening on that lot, but on the neighboring lots. So the 1 foot, I think, in going for 5 foot, is to allow more ADUs that could be constructed looking internally from the owner of the lot, but providing some buffer, greater buffer, for the neighboring lots. And let's remember, on interior lots, it is possible for one lot to have 5 neighbors. And so it could have even more depending upon how the block has been cut up. So while I appreciate the notion about it, I think that the idea of it trying to make the whole thing more neighborly sort of gives me more comfort.
All right, any other comments or questions on trees? All right, let's move on. We're kind of already into discussion on the 5 foot setback anyway. Let's keep it going. Any other questions, comments on the 5 foot setback? Yes, Commissioner Siegel.
Just to get some clarification on Commissioner Lantelmi's example, you're thinking along the lines of focus on existing footprints because trees have grown up around those footprints. So perhaps in that subcase, we might consider some flexibility, which is perhaps an example of what Commissioner Weir was talking about. I hope that's right. That was the direction you were going. I just wanted clarification.
Yes, that was the main thrust, is that the existing structures that are less than 5 feet from the lot line, they're already there. They've been there for a long time. Trees have grown up around it. The neighbors' homes and their accessory buildings have grown up around those. It does not change the character of the area, and it would have less of an impact on the trees by allowing that type of grandfathering for footprint rather than simply for the actual structure itself. Now, we could also make arguments on the 1 foot also, but I think for me, it's most persuasive for the existing accessory buildings on a lot.
And I think what you also said, Commissioner Len, tell me, was those that are existing structures that are below the 25 feet and 1.5
That's correct.
stories too,
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Just make sure we have that clarification.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Others on 5 foot.
Commissioner Scholl.
I think I saw Commissioner Weir's hand, and then I'll come to you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you, is it possible to put this image from page 8 on the screen? I just want to say what I'm struggling with. So, can you show me the 1 foot setback option, actually, please? Thank you. So I'm going to use my laser pointer. This building right here, right? A property owner presently could build this building and not put a stove in it. Full stop. And and if you were to put the stove in it, then it would have to be a differently placed building. And that's really, from our conversations with staff a little over a year ago in the process that led up to the board action that got us here tonight, right? We were sort of told that a kitchen is something, the difference is a kitchen, and a kitchen is something you know when you see it, but the thing that people sort of pointed to was a range and a stove, right? And if you could build this building today by right, full stop, sans oven and range, I'm just going to, for the benefit of my fellow commissioners, I'm not persuaded from a zoning perspective or a building and placement perspective or just about any of the perspectives that we usually consider that's a difference, that's enough of a difference to switch from a 1 foot setback to a 5 foot setback just by putting a range in it.
Thank you, Commissioner Weir. So Commissioner Giacomini, and then I'm going to come to you, Commissioner Steinberger. Commissioner Giacomini.
Thank you. I very much appreciate the thought about the looking at 1 foot, you could do this without a stove. I am taken by staff's discussion about the fire code and the lack of windows and light and how a building that is situated this way might be used and might actually be used for, somebody might just use it as a home office. If you had a second floor, they could use it as a wood shop on the top floor and a garage on the bottom floor. But it's not occupied. It's not a living place. So air and light might not be that important. But for a place where we expect people to live, I very much am persuaded by the fact that they would have to be blank, that 1 foot is not the optimal living condition that we as a county would want to endorse. So, I'm just saying that. My question actually was for staff, and it was brought to me by Commissioner Lynn. Tell me, when we talk about grandfathering in ones that might be, or if we think about one foot off the property line, I agree that a lot of the older ones were not built in order to actually, and by engineering, carry a second floor load. So if we were looking at that, would having to dig a new footer or reinforce a foundation, what effect would that have? Would that be permitted and it's still the same structure? How would we look at that?
So, as mentioned earlier, it's limited to interior alterations only, and largely it would be up to the zoning administrator's call on what is kind of limited to that interior alterations, and that's usually contained within those 4 walls. So, I don't know if you have anything.
Yeah, I would just reiterate what Mr. Franklin said. From what we've heard in discussion with our colleagues in the zoning division, generally those types of decisions are a case-by-case decision-making process under the zoning administrator.
Any follow-up, Commissioner Giacomini?
Yes, I do. And
quickly, and then we'll go to Commissioner.
just a one-story, you could build an ADU that is just 1 story, correct? And have it be that. And my head is always thinking about existing structures where you add the second floor, but that's not necessarily limited to this.
That's correct, yeah. Okay. An accessory dwelling could be 1 story.
Maximum of 1.5 stories, right? All right, Commissioner Steinberger.
So first I wanted to say that I am rather persuaded by Commissioner Giacomini's comments with regards to what a structure that is with a 1 foot setback would have to be from a fire safety standpoint, and sort of lack of sort of penetrable light because of the requirements to not have openings in the border walls. I do think that it is not an unreasonable accommodation to say that from the perspective of what we want to endorse as sort of a dwelling within this county, that the requirements of what you need to have for that to be fire safe and the 1 foot setback, that there is a preferential and better outcome that you get by having the 5 foot setback in terms of what you can create and generate in that circumstance. I also, and this is maybe a point of clarification, it's not just a stove that makes the issue. You also need to have bathroom facilities, right? Or some sort of running water. I mean, was that not? Not to be an ADU. You don't have to have.
If you're going to talk, please use the microphone.
Because I was not on the commission when I think some of this conversation
Yeah, an
happened. So this is
ADU,
an actual question.
there's, if the structure has a little bathroom in it, it's still not an ADU. You can have, within the house, for example, you can only have one kitchen. You can have 18 bathrooms. It's still not a separate ADU. The second kitchen in the main building makes it an ADU. The same principle goes with the garage. If you put a unit above it, if it's just a bathroom in there, if it has plumbing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't make it an ADU. Adding the kitchen, adding cooking, some sort of cooking facilities, that's what makes it the ADU apparently.
That's really
what the guidance
weird.
we've gotten. It maybe is, but that's apparently the guidance we've been getting.
Yeah, that, and,
Okay.
and the fire separation, there's some other things here, but the main one is, as Commissioner Lynn telling me.
Okay, I'm
noted.
going to stand by that statement. That's really strange.
Okay.
Okay.
We won't disagree.
No, it's fine. I appreciate that education because that makes no sense. In terms, I've sidetracked myself. In terms of am I still on point if I ask the questions with regards to get a better clarification on sort of this half story, or do you want me to ask that question at a different point?
I think you can ask it now, but just direct it to staff.
Great. Staff, hi. Could you better explain the half story? Because I am not an architect and I made real concerted effort to try to understand and Google some things that I didn't otherwise Google to understand that better. And could someone just kind of better explain that to me? Because I would like to be educated so that I have a better understanding of, I'd like this as a good visual. If we could talk through this, because I think that there's an education on dormers that I'm just missing, and maybe that will clarify everything for me. So thank you.
Yeah, so the slide here before you illustrates the half story pursuant to the zoning ordinance. So the zoning ordinance actually defines half story. And so that definition is a story under a gable, hip, or gambrel roof, the wall plates of which on at least two opposite exterior walls are not more than 2 feet above the floor of such story. So that's on the right there, it's indicated knee wall does not exceed 2 feet in height. So on that half story, the knee wall cannot exceed the 2 feet. If it is more than 2 feet, it's then considered a 2-story building. So that's one piece of the definition. The second piece of it is whether or not the building has a dormer. So if the roof has a dormer, that dormer wall has to be set back at least 6 inches from the front of the wall or the main wall below, as indicated on the left there. And then the final piece to it with the dormer is the width of the dormer has to be less than 50% the width of the roof.
Follow up, Commissioner
Yes,
Steinberger?
follow up.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that you did a better job than Google. So what I will say to that is that, and I understand kind of now the calculus, as it were, that goes into getting to what it is to be that extra half story. But I do wonder that in the quest of sort of, allowing the development of these accessory dwellings to be by right, and for simplifying the process and making it easier for individuals in this county to establish these accessory dwellings and get and be compliant, if we couldn't also simply have a maximum feet height there, because I feel like that would quite possibly simplify things for, do we have that?
Yes, we do.
Do we?
So-
Sorry, I missed it. Page 25 feet?
Yeah, it's neither 25 feet nor a story and a half.
Okay.
Yep.
I
If you
retract
go
my
to the-
last statement. Great, thank you. Thank you, missed that.
Yep. Commissioner Weir.
I'll just say, in response to Commissioner Steinberger and that committee, that, your points are well taken, but, I guess I think that as far as the fire code issues are concerned, as far as what is fundamentally required for the livability of a space, for the survivability of a space, health, safety, welfare, the Commonwealth has a building code for that, and if a property owner were to decide to build something at 1 foot versus 5 foot, they do so, in full sophisticated knowledge that triggers different requirements under the building code for what kind of building has to be constructed. As far as, air and light is concerned, respectfully, I don't think that we're here to regulate consumer preferences. If someone decides that they would want to rent a space that is unfenestrated on one wall, then, I don't think it's our place to say that someone has no right to offer that, and that someone who would rent that has no right to take that.
Yes, Commissioner Siegel.
But just to Commissioner Weir, I don't think, going back to the basics, which is what should the setback be, we're talking about the results of the setback and the other properties that the building has to have in order to be at that 1 foot, or would have to be at that 1 foot setback. I think the study shows, first of all, it does show throughout the other jurisdictions that the preference was sort of around 5 feet, not 1 feet. And I think in terms of general concern about building out a neighborhood, an R neighborhood, in that way, just didn't accord with general preferences. So we're not able to only focus on those who want to build these structures, but also those who, perforce, need to live with them. And to me, that's the sort of foundational, that's the first thing you have to consider.
But we've already decided as a county that a property owner has a right to build the exact structure at the 1 foot setback. We've already litigated that, right? The question is, what else can that be used for? And to the point that the difference between a 5 foot setback for a dwelling and a 1 foot setback for a dwelling is the air and light, right? To that point, my response is that is uncomfortably close to regulating consumer preference for my taste. That's the context in which I offer that.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Lynn, and then I want to move us along in our agenda because we are covering ground we've already covered. So, Commissioner.
Just a quick point in support of what Commissioner Weir is saying. If we look in the metro corridor in all those apartment buildings, virtually every one of those apartment buildings has, those apartments are essentially boxes lined up against each other. All the windows on those units, almost all those units are on one wall only. There are 4 walls, windows are on one side only. This is simply taking one of those studio apartments in those metro corridor apartments and plopping it on top of a garage, if you have the 1 foot setback. In fact, you could, on those, you have the benefit of having 2 walls that you could have windows on rather than just one. But right now, we have huge number of apartments all over this county that have all their windows on one wall only, the same, essentially the same layout as this, the same size as this. It's just in a building.
Very quickly, 2 seconds, that isn't really, those apartments are not 1 foot off they're not, the setback is not 1 foot.
So, okay, yes, I think both sides of this argument have been made. When we get times for motions, if people want to make motions, we can do that. We've already kind of got into a conversation about converting kind of existing structures. So we've already kind of blended into that. Is there anything else on that? I think we've already kind of, yes, Commissioner Giacomini.
I had asked staff about this earlier today in an email, so I just wanted to give them a chance to answer. I had asked in the sort of zoning code history when we went to 1.5 stories for the detached structure as the height limit, and also the maximum of 560 or 650, depending on the R district.
So the 1.5 story height limit for detached or accessory buildings rather was added into the zoning ordinance in 2000. Prior to 2000, I think the height limit was determined by the zoning district. And so in 2000, this zoning ordinance amendment allowed for the placement of accessory buildings within that setback for the zoning district. It's usually 10 foot. So it allowed for the placement of accessory buildings within that setback up to 1 foot from the property line, provided that it meets the 25 feet, 1.5-story height limit, as well as the building footprint, which is determined by the zoning district. So that standard was put into place in 2000.
So just to clarify, the 1.5-story and 1 foot came in 2000?
The 1 foot did not come in 2000. The 1 foot, I believe, has been in place dating back to the 1930s. And
I think that's right. I just wanted to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay, and what about the maximum size?
Maximum size.
So I think as Mr. Murphy said, the footprint was changed in that 2000. So I
Okay.
think before, from our research, you could use up to 30% of your rear yard as a accessory building. So that's what had changed.
I had also asked if we had any statistics from the BZA about how many variances have been requested for height on accessory structures.
So we went back about 2003 and did a rough search of this, and we found about 10 examples of variances between either height or the building footprint. So about less than 1 a year.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Giacomini. Next item on their agenda is any kind of design guidelines we might want to propose. Commissioner Morton.
Thank you. I was happy to hear you talk about developing some best practices for dealing with trees, and I wondered if you might consider maybe not something as strong as guidelines, but something more like a pattern book to present to people some information about what kind of options you have for windows. I know a lot of concern about any kind of affordable housing, but especially something like this is it going to fit in? And I don't know if it's possible. I've seen these in other places where just a kind of, again, like a pattern book as opposed to, along with the prescriptive sort of zoning language, but not as prescriptive as design guidelines, to just give people a sense of what some of their possibilities could be.
Good suggestion, Commissioner Morton. Anybody else on design guidelines? Okay. So we have, I think Commissioner Siegel would like to talk about the review process.
Yes.
And maybe also Commissioner Steinberger, I'm not sure. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Siegel.
But just to ask staff, very often when a new program or an amendment to the zoning is created, staff will do a review. Could you tell me what your ideas are on that score in this case? Because you've laid out the, as I read before, the 37 to 44% figure, so that could be your baseline. What would you do in 3 years, 5 years? How would you monitor the progress of?
Sure. So even going back to the 2017 amendment, staff very much viewed this as kind of an iterative process and to review this periodically. And we made, certain promises on things that we would be monitoring going forward, especially in that 2017 amendment on things that we changed with, were we getting more units based on, for example, we removed the, lot width had to be 50 feet, for example. Are there instances where people were now able to take advantage of creating an accessory dwelling based on that? So I view that very much like that. We'll keep to monitoring detached accessory dwellings as they come forward and what allowed them to be successful. And vice versa, if someone came in and was not able to create an accessory dwelling, what prohibited them from doing so?
So would you be able to do an annual write-up and put it on the web so that the community could understand what was happening broadly?
Yes, we do an annual report now. It's part of the Affordable Housing Master Plan, but we could do a more robust version that maybe we could put on the zoning division website or something like that.
Thank you.
Commissioner Steinberger, anything to add on this? I know you had raised this as well. Your mic, is your mic on?
No, I'm kind of loud. So I think my question was more with regards to when we had the public speaker as well addressing that should there be any kind of a review process, and it doesn't sound like we're at this point, we're intending that there would be a process by which this would go to the BZA or some other body, and I'm just a little confused as to why we wouldn't think that that's necessary yet.
So,
Or am I not understanding
yeah,
something?
I think it
For
wouldn't
any
go
kind
to-
of a review.
So BZA wouldn't be doing a review of this. The BZA would be considering kind of applications for things that are essentially not allowed on the lot. So they wouldn't be doing just an overall review of whether or not we need to look at this again.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I guess I'm not.
If I could, Commissioner, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Gilbert mentioned it in his testimony, and he wanted to know why the accessory dwellings were subject to an annual review. I think that might be, that was the question, yeah. I had the same question.
Sure. So that is actually part of the ordinance, and that's been in place for a while. And I think, you know, it's an opportunity for the zoning staff to go out and to monitor these units to make sure they are meeting the requirements that they said they would abide by in the zoning ordinance. So it's an opportunity for staff to go out and to make sure that these are basically following the requirements.
Sorry, I misunderstood. Review for inspection, so I apologize for that. Thank you.
So, and I guess, again, on that topic, if it's, and so you're saying that the ordinance is requiring that to be annual?
It allows us to do it annually, whether we choose to do it. I think it's been done. We don't have a lot of these right now, so there's been able to keep up with the annual inspection. So that's
Okay.
what we've been doing.
And do you have an idea of if there would be a tipping point? The idea of all these changes is to encourage more accessory dwelling units. So the idea is that we're going to have more of these. And I guess my question then gets into what would be sort of the tipping point at which it would either be burdensome to continue to do the reviews in the way that you've been doing them, or, inspections, because now I'm conflating the terms. But that maybe it wouldn't be, and I'm just trying to figure out if any kind of changes you'd be looking at to determine would be more like cyclical, would, this third get reviewed this year, and then the next third, the next, I just, what that might look like as the idea is getting to having more of these ADUs. So what does that look like in terms of an inspection process going forward?
And I don't have an answer for that at this point. I think once we, hopefully hit that point, and when we get enough of these, then we'll revisit that.
Yes, Commissioner McSweeney, and I saw Commissioner Morton and then Commissioner Weir.
Thank you. This is just a follow-up to that question. So actually, with the 20, maybe, ADUs we actually have right now in the county, how often are we really inspecting them? I'm just curious. Do we know?
I believe it's yearly.
Oh, it is annual?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
And,
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, and what are we inspecting them for? Overcrowding or,
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the requirements of the ordinance is that it's limited to 3 persons. Whether they're looking to see if there's been any deviations from the plan that was been approved, that type of thing, so.
Commissioner Morton.
On the slightly different angle of review, I was interested in Mr. Hughes' comment about, is there an opportunity to go and do some surveys of neighborhood satisfaction? It sounds like staff has come up with some ideas about posting numerical, data, but I don't know how easy it is to measure neighborliness, but at least a sort of public attitude survey.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Weir.
I'll just, because I can't not state my piece, I know that there's probably little that can come of this at this point, but I'm not comfortable with requiring people to open the other people's homes up for inspection on an annual basis when we don't treat 2-family houses that way. We probably don't treat a lot of townhouses that way. We probably don't treat most of our multifamily residences that way, and it just doesn't make sense to me. And I know that that's not what's before us, but.
Well, to that point, Commissioner Weir, can staff let us know where else we're doing annual inspections in the county, whether we are doing that in our multifamily. I mean, I'm a property owner, and in the 2 years that I've owned a house, nobody's come knocking on my door to look at it. So I would love to know from staff. I know that's not part of the revisions that's before us, but I think as we are looking at this in the future, I think it would be helpful for us to understand, you know, how and why we're doing that. Even if there's, you know, good merit to maybe be doing it, I think we would just want to know. Others on this? Yes, Commissioner McSweeney.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was going to the next one. Sorry.
Yeah, you can do that, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Moving us right along, I like that.
I do want to thank Commissioner Weir, though, for expressing what I was not sure how quite to express, my discomfort with the annual inspection. So thank you for that. The next item was the covenant issue, and I know you've addressed it with us in smaller groups, but it was asked by, I think it was Mr. Gilbert again. So if you could just give us an overview of the covenant issue and why a covenant is being required.
So this was debated quite a bit in 2017, as you might recall. Currently, there is a deed covenant placed on the property that denotes that there is a legal accessory dwelling, and that's largely kind of our enforcement teeth that we have, that you are signing this covenant saying that you are going to abide by the requirements set forth in the zoning ordinance in operating this accessory dwelling. And so this was debated last time, and staff and the county board ultimately thought that this was an important enough enforcement tool to keep in the ordinance.
And just as a follow-up, at that time, I remember the discussions we had in 2017, or before that, actually, there was some concern that this was going to make it more difficult for people to get mortgages on the property. And so I don't know how many we've had since that time, but have we seen any issue, or are we going to continue to monitor this?
Yeah, we'll continue to monitor this, but in 2017, we reached out to probably about a dozen banks or so, and they all reviewed the deed covenant language and didn't have a problem with this. And actually, since the 2017, as I mentioned, we've actually gotten an uptick on the number of people that have come in. So there had been 20 approvals prior to that and 10 since that went into effect on January 1st, 2018. So we have not seen any problems with it, but we'll continue to monitor it.
Great. All right. Yes, Commissioner McSweeney.
I was going to go into the next item, if possible.
Sure.
Okay. So the last item I actually had was, again, it was Mr. Gilbert who asked the question. It was about the BZA, and actually it was more about any sort of appeal process. The suggestion was that maybe the BZA could have jurisdiction over this, because at the current time there is no appeals process. Is that right?
That is correct. So the BZA does not have the authority to modify use standards, and that's where all the majority of the accessory dwelling ordinances is under Chapter 12, the use standards. So that's not something that the BZA looks at.
And so who does have authority to modify or take a look at use standards?
So the county board has the authority to do that via this process via text amendment.
Okay. All right. Are there any other items that commissioners would like to address on this topic? If not, I'm going to Commissioner Ware so he can make a motion.
All right, let's get this started then. Just, sorry, I'm missing my language here. All right, sorry about that. So just to get stuff on the table, or excuse me, off the table or on the floor, whatever the metaphor is, I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the Arlington County Board adopt zoning ordinance ZOA 2019-07, containing amendments to section 12.9.2 and section 16.2.4 of the Arlington County zoning ordinance, to create new standards for establishing new detached accessory dwellings, to clarify standards for the creation of a detached accessory dwelling within accessory buildings, and to make other editorial amendments for clarity.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Siegel. She beat you to it, Commissioner McSweeney. Is there any discussion? I think we've spoke to the underlying motion a lot. Commissioner Weir.
Yeah, so I'll offer so I'm going to move that the Planning Commission further recommend that the Arlington County Board include additional language in section 12.9.2A2A or elsewhere as appropriate to allow additions to detached single-story accessory buildings existing prior to the 2019 date of adoption to create accessory dwellings, so long as, one, the addition meets the proposed setback requirements, and two, the accessory building, including the addition, meets all other requirements applicable to detached accessory dwellings constructed after the 2019 date of adoption.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Lynn. Commissioner, where do you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, thank you. And so, yes, of course.
And then can you please speak to it?
Yeah. So the motion is that the Planning Commission further recommend that the Arlington County Board include additional language in section 12.9.2A2A or elsewhere as appropriate to allow additions to detached single-story accessory buildings existing prior to the date of adoption to create accessory dwellings, so long as, one, the addition meets the proposed setback requirements. The emphasis there should probably be on the addition meets the proposed setback requirements, and two, the accessory building, including the addition, meets all other requirements applicable to detached accessory dwellings constructed after the 2019 date of adoption.
Okay. Ms. Bowling, do you have that in most of its entirety?
I can email that as well if you need it.
Okay. I think you sent that around to folks earlier today. All right.
Oh, good point.
I'll speak to your motion.
Yeah, the motion is, we were presented with some draft diagrams showing what it would look like for an existing building should someone wish to add that additional half story or up to 25 feet, right? But the building is inside of that 5-foot setback. And the option that was expressed in the diagram was that that additional half story could be built so long as any of the new construction met the 5-foot setback. And it is my opinion that that is something that a property owner should be able to avail themselves of. They should not be limited to interior modifications only so long as the new construction can meet the setback requirement, and in total, all of the construction can meet all of the other requirements. So that's the motion.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Steinberger.
Just please, I'm understanding this.
Is your microphone on? Thank you.
The new construction would have to meet the 5-foot setback, but what it was going on top of, in theory, could be less than the 5-foot setback?
Assuming that it would be what it is, right? I mean, we're talking about an existing structure that can, as Commissioner Iacomini pointed out earlier, some but not all existing one-story structures could bear the weight of additional construction on top of them, right? For those ones that can, the first floor, the existing thing would be what it is. It's the new construction that would have to meet the setback requirements.
I'm just trying to picture that. Okay. That's fine.
So we've got this on the wall. So just imagine basically that if this is your 1-foot setback, right, that the new construction would start here. So all of this part just wouldn't exist because you can't build here because this is your 5-foot setback.
Could it have windows? Could it have windows?
It would be subject to all of the other.
So it could.
Not at the bottom.
The top part could have windows.
It would be subject to the other requirements.
So Commissioner Lynn,
I was thinking of language that might be different. Should I offer an amendment to that, or should we just to compare them?
How different?
If it's better language, I would be perfectly willing to entertain unanimous consent.
Commissioner Lentelmi, I would, I think, maybe describe for the other commissioners what your difference of opinion is with what Commissioner Weir has offered, and then we can see the best course of action.
Mine would be also dealing with grandfathered situations, but would be more of a, maybe a bit more liberal in that it would be, would allow the ADU to be built over the footprint of the existing accessory building along its existing setbacks from the lot lines, which means that you could build further into the lot as much as you want, consistent with other requirements, but you could go up from the existing setback on the one or two sides along the lot line.
So technically, that would not be friendly, but
So if, yeah, so if you're, that as a, yeah, so it would be in the nature of a substitute is what you would want to do? Because I think it's distinct. Here has already introduced.
Then I'll move to, would you speak to that first?
No, I just actually wanted to question information. And forgive me if I've missed this, but how many non-conforming or would-be non-conforming structures have you counted in the county? I mean, what is the population of these sorts of structures that this motion would deal with? Is it 10%? Is it 50%?
So as part of the 2017 zoning study, staff found, in looking at the real estate assessments data, that there are approximately 4,500 detached garages within the county, and approximately 50% of those are located within 1 foot of the lot line.
50%?
Correct.
Is it 50%? Is it 22 and a half, something like that?
Correct.
100.
Okay. Thank you. So Commissioner Lentelmi.
Okay, I'd like to then offer my own amendment, which would be that recommend that the county manager, recommend to the county board. I move that the county.
The planning commission.
That's it.
Or sorry.
Planning commission recommend to the county board an amendment to the main motion that would include additional language that will allow accessory dwelling units to be built over the footprint of an existing accessory building along its existing setbacks from the lot lines.
I'll second that.
Question?
Okay, it's been moved and seconded by Commissioner Weir. Well, Commissioner Lentelmi, do you want to speak to it first, and then we'll entertain questions?
Right, we have, again, as we noted, so many of these accessory buildings in the county that have been here for literally decades that fit in with the community, they fit in with the neighborhood. This would simply allow flexibility for the property owner to build a new accessory dwelling unit along that the same setbacks as the existing accessory building, which presumably would help minimize disruption to the neighborhood by doing it that way, as far as, and give additional flexibility to use that property. I think that this would, and again, they would have to set up all other building codes along with those, so we have all those protections. And again, I think this preserves neighborhoods and potentially could preserve additional trees, because you're not going to be disturbing the existing trees that are outside that lot line, because you're keeping it exactly as it is now.
Commissioner Siegel and Commissioner.
So just to be sure, the difference between the two motions is that, as Commissioner Weir pointed out, his amendment would exclude, you'd have to set back the second half story. Correct. And yours, you don't. Okay.
And just as a point of order, my understanding is that Commissioner Lentelmi's motion is a substitute amendment.
It is.
Right, so if it fails, then
Yours is still on the floor.
mine is on the floor.
Correct, that is correct. Commissioner Giacomini.
I appreciate Commissioner Lentelmi's view of the neighborhoods, but I would posit that the ability to build back on just a footprint means that you would be taking down an example could be you take down an existing one-story garage that does not have a foundation, couldn't bear a second floor. So then you get to dig a better foundation, imperiling the critical root zone of the tree next door, because the trees have matured around the existing one-story and have made their own way. But now that we get to tear it down and build a foundation for it, we get to disrupt those roots. So that's a non-starter for me immediately. The second non-starter is that you don't limit it and say it continues to be a one-story. Now it gets to be a two-story. So in the neighborhoods where we had traditionally small one-story garages, we get 1 foot off the property line, two-story ones that have now disturbed roots that grew around the 30-year-old garage. So I'm not planning on supporting this.
All right, so Commissioner Morton, then Commissioner.
Just a question, responding to Commissioner Giacomini. Does your motion allow tearing down the original or just building on top?
It contemplates building on top or tearing down. Note that you could take that same garage right now, tear it down, build a two-story garage that's not an accessory dwelling unit on the same footprint, would be 2 stories. As long as it doesn't have a kitchen, you can build it.
All right, Commissioner McSweeney, and then Commissioner Siegel.
Yeah, so I was just going to give a hypothetical and just make sure that I was thinking about this the right way. So I have a garage that's actually on the property line, exactly on the property line. There are already existing windows on all 4 sides, or the 3 sides. And then I could do that. I could take it up an entire story, or not the 25 feet. You want to go beyond the 25 feet? Okay. So really, it's another half story. It's not going to be 2 stories. Okay. And then I can, at that point, put a kitchen in, which I understood, or I thought I read that it was the setback issue for the fire code. Did I misread that there is not a fire code issue with?
So for the building code perspective, you can build on the property line if you want. The building code would still apply. You'd have no openings that have to be fire rated or fire separation, so.
Okay, so even though it has windows, I would have to remove those windows on those 2 sides?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
All right. Okay, yes. Commissioner Siegel.
So I just want to say, I would align myself first with Commissioner Giacomini's objection. And so I'm not prepared to support the substitute motion. Second of all, it does seem to me you begin to create in the county, and I still don't understand quite the proportion of these existing structures to what new structures could arise. I don't have that universe in my head, but it threatens to create 2 classes of entitlements for people, and I would resist that. I think something more uniform is more appropriate, and I think the government always has the opportunity, whether it uses it wisely or not, and I gather we have a disagreement here, to shape consumer preferences. I think that's the kind of whole point. Anyway, I'll just stop there, but you see where I come out.
All right, I want to get ourselves to a vote on this. Is there anybody else wish to be heard really quickly? Okay.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that I'm considering it. I really like what you're trying to do here. I do. But I'm just thinking that that's going a bit too far for me, only because of the unintended consequences. And therefore, I think I'm going to have to support that.
Sure. All right. So the question comes on the amendment by Commissioner Lynn. Tell me, all in favor? All opposed? It fails. So we're back to the motion by Commissioner Weir, which, as we should be reminded, is the additional story at the 5-foot setback, essentially, right? Proposed setback by staff. So.
It's tied to the setback that ends up moving forward, which 5 feet. But yeah, I just wanted to specify how I had written that.
Sure. Okay. Any further discussion or amendment? Yes, Commissioner Morton and then Commissioner.
And just a question, and this assumes you're building on top of an existing, correct? Not.
Yes. Yeah. And assumes that you can also. Yeah.
Commissioner Siegel, you wish to seek recognition? Okay. All right. The question comes now on the motion by Commissioner Ware. All in favor? All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. All right. Any further amendment to the underlying motion? Commissioner Giacomini.
Yes, I have an amendment concerning trees. And I move the Planning Commission recommend the County Board request staff to add language to the proposed new ADU zoning language that would require all trees above 8 inches in diameter to be shown on the application drawing for any proposed ADU, that the applicant provide 1 replacement canopy tree for every 2 canopy trees above 8 inches in diameter or more that would be removed due to the construction of the proposed new structure, with the replacement trees to be planted on a location within the property boundaries. Further, that the applicant provide 1 replacement understory tree for every 1 understory tree 8 inches in diameter or more removed due to the construction of the proposed new structure, with the replacement trees to be planted on a location within the property boundaries.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lantelmi. Commissioner Giacomini, could you please read it again, and then you can speak to your motion, please.
Sure. I have shared this with staff, so she has it. The one change is that it's now 8 inches for the diameter. I move the Planning Commission recommend the County Board request staff to add language to the proposed new ADU zoning language that would require all trees above 8 inches in diameter, should be greater than, but there you are. We'll leave it with above, in diameter to be shown on the application drawing for any proposed ADU. That the applicant provide 1 replacement canopy tree for every 2 canopy trees above 8 inches in diameter or more that would be removed due to the construction of the proposed new structure, with the replacement tree or trees to be planted on a location within the property boundaries. Further, that the applicant provide 1 replacement understory tree for every 1 understory tree 8 inches in diameter or more removed due to the construction of the proposed new structure, with the replacement tree or trees to be planted on a location within the property boundaries.
Okay. And yes, please speak to your motion.
Certainly. I chose the 8 inches in diameter because that is what staff has been talking to us about in working through the relocatables for APS and thinking about tree preservation areas. And so far, the urban forester had recommended using trees of 8 inches or more. So I thought, since that's a number that the urban forester had already recommended when looking at use permit type situations, or actually doing things by right, is what we're looking at with the relocatables, it seemed like a reasonable number. I also wanted to acknowledge that because you'd be building a structure, if you have 2 canopy trees, you may not be able to fit 2 more of those back on your lot. So just doing 1 would seem to be more reasonable. Understory trees are things like dogwoods. These are defined terms in arbor care, so they're easily understood. It is probably doable. I did not want to limit it to the backyard, because on a lot, it could be a side yard would be eligible, or a front yard. It just happens to be on that particular property owner's lot where they would, obviously they have jurisdiction and placement. And I'm assuming that if it would become part of the ordinance, it would be something that would be part of the inspection in a year.
Thank you, Commissioner Giacomini. I have 2 questions, and then I'll go to my colleagues. For you, Commissioner Giacomini.
Certainly.
In the trees that you're asking the applicant to, or the property owner to include in their plan that they're putting forward, is that just on their lot or on adjacent lots?
I have limited this just to their lot. Every bone in my body would love to do adjacent, but I think that's just really a step too far at this point. We'll see what happens with natural resources, with any changes to Chess Bay, but right now this is solely about the land on which the ADU is being proposed.
Okay, and then another question, which I think I just know the answer given your previous response, but it is also the trees that, never mind, I don't have another question. All right, go to my colleagues. Let's go down the line here. Commissioner Lantelmi?
Commissioner Giacomini, do you want to, or should you add something concerning survivability of those new trees that get added, that they have to be around for at least, guarantee they are around for at least X number of years, not that somebody goes, puts in a tree, doesn't water it so it dies and goes, oops, it didn't live.
You know, Commissioner Lynn, tell me, I think you raise a very good point, and I thought about that. Since we still have the annual review inspection of ADUs, if this would become part of what's required, staff would be looking for that, as well as seeing if the building was compliant. So I decided to leave off that one.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Siegel.
Yes, so I am slowly leaning toward supporting this motion amendment. I think when you first suggested, or what I read online, you sent was 6 inches, and I thought, that what's the scientific or the urban, what would the urban foresters say about that? And you've kind of provided some background there. So I'm happy about that. But my question for staff is what, I'm thinking, and I don't know if you can answer this, what is the burden? How much of a burden are we placing on a homeowner with respect to if this were to be included in the language? Commissioner Gearan suggested, and I also know, that you can get free trees. Of course, you have to plant them, water them, care for them. But do you have, I don't know if you can respond, but if you can, what would the extra, how do you look at the extra burden? It is a burden for a good cause. What is the extra burden on the homeowner? If you can answer the question. I don't know how.
I mean, I can reiterate, we've looked, and there's nowhere else in the ordinance that, for a by right project that requires this kind of level of tree protection, preservation, and you can do a very similar accessory building. We talked to inspection services, and a lot of these accessory buildings that are being put down are having a very similar foundation, similar utilities being put to the, people that have their offices, home offices in these accessory buildings. So they have water, electric, all the hookups for that. And we don't require it for that type of, that use as well. So, I mean, I think that's our rationale for not including it. This is a by right project, and it's not included in anything else.
Okay, I'll stop there.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Weir and then Commissioner McSweeney.
Question for Commissioner Archimini. Is there any particular reason that you did not include, I can think of a handful of possible ones, but I might as well just ask, that you didn't include accessory buildings generally in your motion?
Because our focus this evening is on the ADU ordinance and that language, and I didn't think it was appropriate to expand beyond that. I very much appreciate staff's bringing in the universe of how we handle other simply accessory buildings. I think because the purpose of the ADU is indeed dwelling, that we are introducing more people, perhaps a family, to a neighborhood, to a particular lot. And it seems to me that, maybe it's a weird notion that keeping a canopy or renewing a forest for living people, it just makes more of a connection for me. And it's probably not the best argument, but I would say if we're allowing homeowners to create these ADUs, they not only create another living space, they also create a revenue stream. So we're now changing a little bit of the nature of the single-family neighborhood and that particular house that now has an ADU, and it seems to me to sort of give back, if you will, because we don't know exactly what they're going to charge for rent. We're pretty sure that these would be more affordable for people because it doesn't have a swimming pool, and it doesn't have a gym, and it doesn't have a lot of other things. But it seems to me that renewal of tree canopy for the good of the entire county and not just the specific neighborhood is not a bad thing. And establishing it when we are doing the other rules You know, is this the first time we've done something like this for a while? Our other by right things have existed for a long time. I think that there is a growing awareness of sustainability and the environment in Arlington County. And maybe this is a place to start thinking about how we look at renewing our canopy along with development. So
All right.
that's the reasoning.
No, I'm going to go to Commissioner McSweeney, and then I want to move us along. It is almost 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, almost 10 o'clock. We have another item, so I do want to make sure that people are a little bit more succinct as we kind of move along. Commissioner McSweeney.
Thank you. I did want to just put on the table that sometimes that additional revenue stream will also help people be able to stay in Arlington and stay in their homes. So, you know, it's obviously one of the reasons we're doing this. But I did want to ask staff a question about enforceability. You know, trying to weigh, you know, not putting a burden in the way of creating more of these ADUs, which is something we've, you know, said we want, versus creating you know, or sustaining a good environment, as Commissioner Giacomini has described for us. So this is a use permit that's being issued, and in that use permit, would you be indicating how many trees need to be replaced and of what caliber or what type? And for the annual inspection, is that information that's readily available to you? So is this something that's easily enforceable?
Sure. I just want to clarify that accessory dwellings are by right use under the current zoning ordinance. They're just permitted by right.
Yeah.
So conversions of existing accessory buildings into accessory dwellings can occur via a by right process.
You're right, thank you. So the ability of an annual inspector to know how many trees should have been put on a property or were put on a property but are now dead or removed, what is that ability?
I mean, I don't think we have an answer to that. I think if the board, you know, went through with Commissioner Giacomini's proposal, it would go in the use standards, and we would have to figure out a way to, I think, enforce that. But I don't have an answer on, you know, how we'd go about doing that right now.
So I'm assuming there's a permit process, right? That you would have to file a permit, some kind of permit, or?
Correct. You would get a certificate of occupancy for the dwelling.
Okay. Okay. So there would be maybe something, but yes, under by right development, you know, if you're building some of these things, you get a permit. If they're existing structures, it's kind of a different process. Commissioner Giacomini, for my own purposes, I think I like the intent. I like the intent behind what you're proposing. I don't think I'll be supporting the amendment. I think I would have supported something along the lines of what we require for some of our other developers, where they're paying into a tree fund. I know that's not getting exactly what you're intending, but that could be a fee to help support tree canopy. But I don't know if would be supporting your amendment. Anybody else like to be heard? Okay. Well, the question comes on Commissioner Giacomini's amendment. All in favor? Okay, do you have that, Ms. Bowling? All opposed? I think there's 5-4. I think it passes. Okay, any further amendments to the underlying motion as amended by these two motions? Hearing none. Yes, Commissioner Weir.
I'm on the fence about what's the best rhetorical approach. But I think the best thing to do is to say what you're for and then damn the torpedoes. So I'm going to move that the Planning Commission recommend that the minimum required setback be 1 foot.
Is there a second? I'll second. Seconded by Commissioner Lynn. Tell me. I think you can speak briefly to this.
Well, I think that I have spoken briefly to it, but I'll just reiterate that I have not been persuaded that there is a meaningful difference in terms of impact, in terms of of the things that are sort of before us, between the kind of building that a property owner can build by right as an accessory building, and the kind of building that a property owner would be able to build by right as an accessory dwelling, to justify treating them differently in terms of that use requirement.
Okay. And we have been over this. This ground is pretty well trod at this point. Anybody else, though, wish to be heard before we vote? Okay. Yes, Commissioner Giacomini.
And I very much appreciate the juxtaposition of a building that can just be built as an accessory structure and as opposed to a dwelling unit. And I do think we have more responsibility about defining what we think, the building in which we think people should dwell, and what its characteristics are, and how its maintenance can be continued. And I really do believe that 1 foot is very difficult for maintenance, and I think we can see a lot of our garages, particularly in the situation where there is a fence on the property line, really don't get maintained well, or it's very difficult to do so. And I don't think we should create that kind of situation for a building in which we are hoping people will live.
All right, thank you. Very quickly, Commissioner, tell me.
Yeah, I came in here thinking of the 5 foot, and I've heard the discussion, and I'm persuaded that the flexibility offered by the 1 foot, I mean, what does it for me is 1 foot is not a requirement. It's an option that it can be, and most will probably be further back than 1 foot. But having that as an option, I think, is valuable given how tight land is here and how people have been using it. And I've seen some 1 foot, and some of them, you're right, they're terrible in the way they're maintained, but I've seen others that are extremely well maintained. And thus, I'm persuaded that 1 foot is a responsible number to give us flexibility.
All right. Okay, question comes on the motion by Commissioner Weir. All in favor? All opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion fails. Any further amendment? Hearing none, the question comes on the main motion as amended. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. All right. Thank you to staff for your work on this. Thank you to the folks from the public for coming out to spend the last hour and a half with us. We appreciate you sticking with us. And for your work on this as well. So, Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Item number 3A is the 2232 determination for a public facility review. Item number B is U-3120-05-1, which is an Arlington Public School use permit amendment to convert. And I know the microphone is going in and out. They're working on them. On the Washington Lee High School campus. And tonight, let me make sure I pronounce the name correctly. We have Chrissy Walentish. She is one of our newer planners in the planning department to present this item, along with Dennis Sellen from DES and Richard Tucker.
Mr. Tucker, Ms. Walentish, and Mr. Sellen, welcome.
I'm going to start off. I'm Richard Tucker. I'm in the comp planning section. I've worked here for quite a while.
And we with you, Mr. Tucker.
I'm going to briefly cover the 2232 determination, which is before you as item A tonight. You have received communication from Commissioner Giacomini late last week in reference to this discussion that did not occur at LRPC. Given the sort of straightforward nature of this matter, and you also have a similar staff report, a memo from our staff, Leon Vines on our staff, that came in your packet. Just to review very quickly, the subject site is designated as public on the general land use plan and has been so designated since 1961. Uses under that designation include parks and importantly schools, right-of-way, libraries, and cultural facilities. Up until 2011, the actual building footprint was shown on the GLUP for this site and most of our community facilities around the county, and that was discontinued at that point. The property is zoned for zone S3A. There's no density requirement, and the height maximum is 45 feet, or as otherwise determined by the county board. Though it is up to the Planning Commission to determine whether the proposed use is substantially in accord with the Arlington County Comp Plan, staff had noted in the staff report a number of findings, including that the use is consistent with the GLUP and zoning, that the proposed design incorporates sustainability principles that are found in various plans, including the Stormwater Master Plan, the Community Energy Plan, and the Chess Bay Preservation Plan. And the proposed transportation and circulation are generally consistent with the goals and policies of the Master Transportation Plan. So I'm going to stop there and allow Ms. Wallendish to give the main report. Oops.
Good evening.
Evening.
Okay, so this is the Education Center Reuse Project. We bring forward, this is an amendment for the Washington and Lee use permit that was approved for redevelopment in 2005. And it is to convert the use of the Education Center building from a school administrative offices that are used by the school board and historically to school instructional use with a design capacity for up to 600 students. The immediate use of the building will be for an extension to the Washington and Lee High School, but APS has noted that a future school use for the building could vary. Thanks. Okay, the subject site is located at 1426 North Quincy Street. Grab the mouse over. And the Education Center building is located on the larger parcel of the Washington and Lee High School campus, but it has its own separate address and entrance here on North Quincy Street. It's in the northeasternmost corner. The entire site is approximately 20 acres and includes the main Washington and Lee building, 3 athletic fields, the Education Center, the David M. Brown Planetarium, and an indoor swimming pool. Actually, yeah. The site is bounded by I-66 and the school's parking deck to the north. That's fine. The Buck site and residential homes to the east and the Washington and Lee campus to the west and south. And it is located within the Ballston, Virginia Square Civic Association and adjacent to the Cherrydale Citizens Association, which is located to the north, on the other side of I-66. Yeah, this is fine. Oh. Thanks. The site is zoned S3A Special District. A school use is allowed in this zone with a special exception use permit. The Education Center building is part of the Washington Lee High School use permit, which was approved by the county board in 2005. Although when the main school was redeveloped at that time, no changes were made to the Education Center building, but it's important to note that it is still part of that site and that use permit. This amendment is solely for the reuse of the Education Center and the site's parking, and no changes are proposed for the main school building. The land use is public. The existing designation on the general land use plan is public, and the crosshatch shown on the GLUP indicates public ownership of the subject property. And for some background on the site and this building in particular, the high school was originally constructed in 1925 at 1301 North Stafford Street. In 1950, the school board purchased an adjacent warehouse at 1426 North Quincy Street and converted it to central admin offices. Those were demolished in 65 for the construction of I-66. About a year after that, the school board decided to replace the warehouse with another building on the same exact site at 1426 North Quincy Street. Thus began the design and construction of the N Center and Planetarium as we see it today. The most notable thing after that was in 2005, the high school use permit and redevelopment of the main facility occurred. And then in 2017, the Ed Center and the David M. Brown Planetarium were nominated for consideration as an Arlington Historic District under provisions of Section 11.3.4 of the zoning ordinance. County Board ultimately voted to not designate the site as a local historic district, although the motion did encourage that the architectural integrity and historic value of the building should be respected if any future renovations occurred. And the school board then they vacated the premises in 2018, and they moved our offices to the Syfax Education Center, which is at 2110 Washington Boulevard. And then this year, in 2019, APS submitted a use permit amendment to convert the Ed Center use to school use. Okay, some details about the project. This project is described in the school board's adopted CIP for FY 2019 through 2028 as follows. It's for renovation and to convert the school use. Maximum budget would be $37 million for up to 600 seats or 600 students, and for completion by the 2021-2022 academic year. It's the beginning of that year. The general project, this is very, very general project scope of work, is for complete interior renovations to occur, minor exterior alterations, and minor site improvements and modifications. And I am going to let APS talk much more into the technical aspects of the project, but as an overview, some of the main aspects of the building modifications and site modifications are as follows. On the exterior, the ground floor windows in the rear of the building will be replaced with larger punch windows of similar architectural symmetry and style, and those are only visible from the rear of the building if you're looking at it from I-66 perspective. And then the rest of the windows will be upgraded to more energy efficient glass. The main entrance will be relocated to the side of the building that's closest to the Washington and Lee main building to create a cohesive walkway there for students to get to and from each building. The roof will be replaced, and the terrace on the first floor will be enhanced with planters, ground plantings, seats, and tables. Site modifications include a universally accessible pedestrian connection between the new Ed Center main entrance and the Washington and Lee entrance closest to the Ed Center. Alterations to the existing parking lot to the east of the building to accommodate school bus pickup and drop-off, which I'll discuss in just a moment. New bicycle parking, just for the education center use, and right-of-way improvements to ensure safe pedestrian crossing on North Quincy Street, which I'll also discuss. And provisions will also be made on both Washington Boulevard to the south and on 15th Street North to the north of the site to accommodate parent pickup and drop-off exclusively for Ed Center use students. Okay, for the bus pickup and drop-off, it's proposed that the buses will enter the site from the northernmost entry point on North Quincy Street, and they'll use the loading area to the east of the Ed Center and adjacent to the front parking lot as pickup and drop-off zone. The buses will then exit via the southernmost entry point and exit point on North Quincy Street, and that comes out, General's Way comes out, and so the remainder of the buses for the rest of the school will exit that way as well. To enhance pedestrian safety on North Quincy Street, a rectangular rapid flashing beacon is proposed to be installed at the intersection where General's Way meets North Quincy Street, which is this intersection down here. And then to the east, this is 14th Street North. For parent pickup and drop-off, as I mentioned, it will be dispersed along 15th Street North to the north and Washington Boulevard to the south. On Washington Boulevard, the pickup and drop-off will occur in the westbound direction between North Quincy Street and North Stafford. There are currently 12 metered spaces, which will be repurposed for school pickup and drop-off and replaced with time-restricted parking at other times of the day. And on the south side, on the south side of 15th Street North, the pickup and drop-off will occur between North Quincy and North Stafford Street. So that will be right here. There are approximately 19 spaces there on that northern side that are currently available for unrestricted parking. And then from here, the students can access the parking garage, and it's thought that there is a pedestrian pathway here, so the intent is for them to be dropped off along here, and they can just make an easy connection to that education center. Okay, for required and proposed parking, the top table outlines the zoning ordinance parking requirements for all of the uses associated with the Washington Lee campus based on student capacity and use size. APS is requesting a zoning ordinance modification for parking requirements, which I'll discuss on the next slide. And the bottom table outlines where the existing and proposed spaces are located on the site. Okay, so zoning ordinance modifications being requested for this project. First is the building height. Project meets the criteria outlined in the zoning ordinance that grant the county board the ability to modify the building height, and the project satisfaction of those criteria are outlined in the staff report. It should also be noted that the current height at 53 feet was actually already approved in the 2005 redevelopment, but it's been reassessed in the staff report. The other zoning ordinance modification is for parking, and we discussed that on the previous slide. Yes, and that's it. So to 508 spaces, yeah, and the breakdown was on that last slide. Let's get there. And then as Mr. Tucker discussed, 2232 determination, staff has found it was found that the conversion of the building to a school facility is a feature shown on the GLUP, and the location, character, and extent are substantially in conformance with the county's comprehensive plan. And for community outreach and public review, a public review process commenced in September 2018 to look at the educational specifications and the schematic design of converting the Ed Center to a school use for up to 600 students. During this community review process, there were 6 joint meetings, 1 site tour, 1 community meeting, and a gallery walk. In addition to the PFRC and BLPC process, staff has also communicated with surrounding civic associations through the use permit process. The project has generally received support from the community, although concerns were noted regarding the removal of a multi-use recreational court that was at one point proposed in this Ed Center parking lot. And then there were also concerns regarding the proposed parent pickup and drop-off locations as they currently are proposed. And finally, staff would like you all to consider for item A, to find that per Virginia Code Section 15.2-2232, that the renovation and reuse of the Ed Center site is a feature shown on and is substantially in accord with the goals and policies of Arlington County's comprehensive plan. And for item B, to approve the subject use permit amendment for the conversion of the Ed Center from admin office to school use with a design capacity of 600 students and with modifications to parking and height, subject to the proposed conditions of the report.
Thank you, Ms. Wallentish. Does that conclude staff's presentation?
Yes.
Great. Now I'd like to recognize Mr. Bergen and staff from APS for their presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Scholl. Could we get the APS presentation up, please? So just to start out, my name is Ben Bergen. I'm the Assistant Director of Design and Construction with Arlington Public Schools. I'm very pleased to be here this evening, and thank you for indulging a few moments of your time to consider our project. Ms. Wallentish did an excellent job summarizing it, so I have very little to add, and I'll move through our materials pretty expediently and just highlighting specific areas I think might be of interest to the commission. I'll be performing the presentation this evening, but with me is Jim Spearman with Studio 27 Architecture, the project's designer, and also Rob Schiesel with Grove Slade, our multimodal transportation consultant. They're available to respond to any questions or participate in the discussion. So the agenda is pretty simple. I'll offer a couple of overview comments, review some of the details of the proposed use permit, and then talk a little bit about what comes next. So the project parameters slide, Ms. Wallentish mentioned most of the criteria on here, but it's something we started every public presentation with, kind of have the must-haves of the project. What we as staff measure ourselves against is what has to happen to make the project successful. We'll note the image on the right-hand side of the screen sort of illuminates the importance of connecting the project to our strategic plan, and that'll come a little bit more in greater detail. So the summary of the project public engagement process was sort of encapsulated in the previous presentation, but just to sort of note that, you know, starting with the Fleet Elementary School projects, we instituted sort of a joint review process where both the BLPC and the PFRC meet jointly. It's been successful on every project that we've tried it so far, and largely the discussions were sort of unified from both committees as represented in the schematic design letters attached to our application materials. So in addition to those committees, we've also had some outreach to some of the immediate neighbors affected, the Friends of the Planetarium most certainly, because they will be affected during our construction project, and also the aquatics user who has a very active community membership within the public at large. So the timeline, we began in September with our first joint meeting. We've sort of blazed through the blue section. We're currently in the middle of the green section, marching toward the Arlington County logo on the screen, representing the Arlington Board Commission, or the County Board meeting later this month. A couple of meetings to note that are not on the schedules. We did visit E2C2 in April, I believe it was April 22nd, and we also visited the Transportation Commission last week on May the 2nd, and very pleased to report that both of those groups supported the use permit for this particular project. Just one final comment on the schedule piece. It's important to note that we did award an interior demolition contract, so that's actually something that's currently occurring at the same time with our design as the design develops. And just to mention, for those who are interested, we posted our very first of what would be monthly community updates related to the construction last week. So those are available on the project's website. So getting into the design in particular, the Arlington County Principles of Civic Design provided a great framework for us to evaluate, and they were certainly influential I'll speak on behalf of the design team, influential for the design team in developing and considering options. And then likewise on this following slide, our own strategic plan was very instrumental in framing specific design principles as well. And as you can see from the graphic, our strategic plan goals are sort of on, there's 5 goals listed on the left-hand side of the screen. The design principles on the right hand. Each of the design principles tie very specifically back to at least one of our strategic planning goals. And this was, I'd say, both the combination of the civic design principles and then using our project-specific design principles created a great framework from which the BLPC, the PFRC, and even staff can sort of view design options and alternatives as we went along. The campus overview was covered pretty well in the previous presentation. I don't need to offer any additional comments there. Specific to our proposed site plan, this is just another look of what was in the previous presentation. But it's important to note that the existing facilities, features of the site are indicated in the black text, and anything we're proposing is in the orangish/red text. Just to point out that Stafford Street, which is the sort of the westernmost boundary of the campus, is where the existing parent pickup and drop-off functions now. General's Way, which is a private drive connecting Stafford and North Quincy Street, is where the existing bus facility pickup and drop-off occur. In our analysis, it became apparent that the project would benefit from creating additional both bus and parent pickup and drop-off facilities. The distributed parent facilities were described in the previous presentation. And then likewise, our bus facilities are immediately adjacent to the Ed Center building. So zooming in onto the specific site itself, you can sort of make out in the red outline is our limit of disturbance, basically any ground that we're kind of tearing up. We have a very light touch on as far as the existing site goes. We made some intentional but judicious moves to kind of support the pedestrian connection between the two facilities. So one of the main gestures, you'll see a ramp sort of connecting what is the new relocated main entrance of the facility to a major circulation corridor within the existing Washington and Lee High School. There's a few other features to point out. We have 3 different types of bicycle parking and distributed amongst the site. We have a Class 1 facility, which is indoor secured for our staff. That's a use permit requirement, but also a good thing to do as far as encouraging alternative ways for our staff to get to facilities. We have a Class 2, which is outdoor but covered. we're taking some spaces within the existing parking garage. You see toward the top end of the image, converting it to bicycle parking. And then also we have sort of the a red rectangle near adjacent to Quincy Street is some uncovered Class 3 bike parking facilities. So just an enlargement to those. The Class 1 does have lockers adjacent to it to sort of support the staff needs as they're commuting. They do have the opportunity to use shower facilities at the adjacent high school building. And then the other two facilities between the Class 2 and Class 3, we are providing 64 new bicycle parking spaces for short-term use. So this would be a first project for me during my tenure at APS where we're actually improving the pervious to impervious section of the site. We are converting approximately 1,300 square foot of existing pervious material to impervious material, and that's primarily due to the facility to help support the bus pickup and drop off. We are removing, for those who may be familiar with the site, along parallel to Quincy Street, there's actually 2 rows of parking, one to the east and one to the west. So we're removing all of the parking spaces to the west, creating a larger, more generous sidewalk and some planting areas to help support that facility, but also to reduce the site's imperviousness. And then likewise, a first for me on an APS project, we're not planning to tear down any trees at the site, which is a bonus, and we're actually adding 4 canopy trees adjacent to near the proposed bus pickup and drop off, and that's indicated in the darker green shade. So I think before leaving the site, I think in summary, the site represents fairly light touch. It's going to leave it in what I believe a better condition than what we find it. And it's one that is fiscally responsible. I know that when the CIP was mentioned in the previous presentation, the estimates done to prepare that sort of cost, the $37 million cap, sort of assumed that we'd be able to invest most of that money into the building itself, creating, and using the existing site primarily as it is, or as it was in an existing condition. So turning attention to the building itself, there's a summary here listed. I don't need to go through all of them, save to say that the project represents a significant capital investment into an existing facility. It has been virtually untouched, most of the exterior envelope since it was built. We did a little bit of work on the uppermost floor, but not only will we be completely transforming the interior layout to sort of support high-performance learning environments, we are going to be substantially reducing the energy usage by both improving the envelope and improving the HVAC equipment. I think a great example of that is looking at an energy use intensity. We're estimating between 30 to 40. When the building was occupied with our staff, it exceeded 200. It was by far our most prolific energy offender within the entire division. So it's not sort of underestimating to say it will make a significant difference in the facility. So just a word on high-performance learning environments. This is a school after all, so we spend a lot of time talking about the site and what happens outside, but just to sort of get on my soapbox for a moment, these characteristics listed on the slide are very important to us in what we charge our design teams in being very careful and thinking about as they develop the design. And in particular, the idea of daylight and views from this facility, looking at it from the inside out, I guess developed a framework for how we anticipated to replace the facade. And so I'll, moving into the next slide is related to historic considerations. So as county staff mentioned, ultimately the county board decided not to include this as a local historic district, but we took the county board's statement to heart and we took it seriously in that our proposed modifications to the exterior, I think, very largely leave the existing character intact. They're sort of, I think it's inarguable to say that the existing building is certainly distinctive in its architectural form. In addition to sort of our moves to sort of preserve that character from the facade itself, anticipating that, and as indicated in the proposed use permit conditions, the idea of HABS photography is something that we're doing anyway. We're not waiting for the use permit. We've got a draft sort of consultant, and we've been working with the county's historic preservation program staff to sort of move that effort along. So all to say that we took that guidance from the county board seriously and to heart. And so the existing elevations, interestingly enough, most of it, well, I don't know if most is the right term, but a lot of the glass is back painted black. And so it has a very indistinguishable character from the outside, as you saw from the previous image. And as a result of that, it had a sort of counterproductive way of dealing with excessive solar heat gain. So they took an idea and kind of made it worse. So needless to say, our project, which is the proposed elevations here on the following slide, they very much seek to rectify some of those situations. And in fact, what we're doing is we're replacing single pane glazing with very high performance glazing curtain wall system. You'll see, or you may, it's kind of fun to do this. You can switch between the two images and see exactly what changes in that bay on the right-hand side. So the ground floor window gets a little bigger. We did that very much intentionally, sort of to make those classroom environments on that floor more conducive to learning. And we've also, you'll notice, is that we introduced a horizontal mullion line at each of the floor levels, which allows us to add operable vents, which also supports natural ventilation and makes it for a more conducive learning environment. To deal with the time at which this building was designed was a different time than we live in today. I think the glazing ratio is twice of what we would propose on a typical new construction project, meaning that there's a lot of glass, and it's all around the building, and it faces lots of different directions. So to deal with sort of the sun, for lack of a better word, attacking the building, we're proposing a very subtle frit to help control solar insulation and also to help control glare into the facility. So as far as the building goes itself, each of the floors will be completely transformed from how they look today. Even things like the infrastructure within the facility are being relocated so that our floor plans can be the best learning environments that they could possibly be. So as an example, many of the existing restrooms, mechanical rooms are located on an exterior wall. We're pulling all of that stuff inside to the building to allow greater access to views throughout the facility. So for those of you who have been in the space, we're relocating the elevator core, we're relocating all the bathrooms. So short to say that this is a substantial investment in a building, sort of guaranteeing, for lack of a better word, that it's going to be around for a little while. The classrooms occupy most of the facility. That's in the blue color. With the exception of, you'll see an enlargement on the next floor, a common space sort of in a hatched red material there, which is sort of a large space on the first floor, which will be accessible and available to public use outside of school hours. Also on this floor is the orange color is the school administration area adjacent to the main entrance. So just very quickly walking through a couple of renderings of the site. This is a view, I think Ms. Walnutish stole it for her presentation, but it's a view from Quincy Street looking back toward the building. The next view is a view from Washington Lee High School looking, you see sort of on the right-hand side, a ramp leading to what will be the main entrance. You sort of see the hint of a canopy sticking out along the south elevation. A similar view looking back toward Washington Lee of that ramp area and the main entrance of the building. And then we have a terrace, this sort of outside the first floor of the building is also functions the roof as part the roof is part of the ground floor, is being transformed into sort of a passive recreational space with some vegetation and seating to sort of extend the learning environment to the outdoors. And then finally, a view from the parking lot and behind the facility, looking back toward what you see is a ground floor plinth with 3 levels above, and then sort of a capitol floor above that. As far as the next steps go, we fingers crossed, we certainly love your support of the project, and go to the county board later this month. Assuming a successful visit to the county board, we'll proceed with the design documents and the permits required for the job, with an expectation that construction would start approximately in January of 2020. And that concludes our portion of the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bergen. I'd like to now go to any public speakers we have. Madam Clerk, can you please call?
Yes, we have one speaker on this item, Mr. Stephen Lutnier.
Welcome. Thanks for sticking with us.
Good evening, Commissioner Stroll, members of the Planning Commission, and staff. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Stephen Leutner, and I represent the Ballston Virginia Square Civic Association. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to have been able to participate in the BLPC process, and for other members of our association to represent our interests on the PFRC. The BVSCA supported the historic designation for the Ed Center and the planetarium. While this did not come to fruition, we are very pleased to see that this building will be repurposed to provide 500 to 600 seats, our fair share of additional high school seats for Arlington, at far less expense and disruption than new construction would have occurred. The BVSCA is supportive of this use permit, although we do have a few small outstanding concerns. One of our largest concerns was multimodal conflict on North Quincy Street, specifically student pickup and drop-off. We are glad to see that the new proposal for distributed student drop-off to the northeast and to the southeast. We would encourage APS to continue to educate parents of these procedures and to enforce this moving forward. For 15th Street location, specifically in the northeast, we would encourage staff to consider moving the drop-off location further west on 15th Street towards North Stafford, and or exploring using the I-66 parking garage top level for student drop-off. For the southeast corner on Washington Boulevard, we would encourage appropriate ADA accommodations be made for those students to drop off, and clear path indications to and from the school. Pedestrian safety enhancements on on North Quincy Street remain a concern for our civic association. The MMTA surveyed the area and found that driver compliance was at only 49%. That was 49% of drivers stopped for pedestrians crossing North Quincy Street today. The current proposal has what is known as an RRFB, or Rapid Rectangular Flashing Beacon. The compliance rate for that is approximately 70%. We would prefer a hawk signal. Hawk signals have been shown to have over 90% compliance rate. A few years ago, a member of the BVSCA was struck and killed on North Quincy Street, not far from the Education Center, by a distracted driver. It is our view that pedestrian safety should be paramount in the consideration of Quincy Street. We note that on 15th Street and North Quincy Street, there is an RRFB that was installed in recent years. It has had it's been reported by neighbors that the compliance rate is extremely low for that intersection, and that it has been knocked down several times and taken a long time to be repaired by our civic association. We find that this would be representative of how a RRFB would be at 14th Street and North Quincy, and we think that would be inadequate. We also note that there is an elementary school less than a half a mile away from the intersection of 14th Street and North Quincy that would also make use of these facilities. In any case, should an RFB be approved for this intersection, we request that specific criteria be established for what would warrant an improvement to a higher grade of traffic calming in the future. Multi-use court in the back behind the Ed Center. As previously mentioned, this is not going to be within the budget, but we strongly support this. Not only for use for the students at the school, but as outlined by Parks and Recreation, it would be of high use to the community, our membership, Cherrydale, and also summer camp programs there. Parking. As came up during the process, it was identified that the I-66 parking garage is often underutilized, largely because of a lack of lighting, signage, and communications with users of Washington Lee, Washington Liberty. We would ask that that would be improved. And then finally, bus parking. Currently, the Education Center is used to host many APS buses. We would like to know where APS intends to move those buses. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Does that conclude our public speakers, Madam Clerk? I don't see any other commissions with us this evening, so yes, I'd like to go to Transportation Commission, and then I'd like to go to LRPC report.
This was heard last Thursday at the Transportation Commission's May 2nd meeting. A number of things were discussed, obviously transportation related. The big comments were on drop-off and pickup, looking at the Washington Boulevard site, the proposed new one on Washington Boulevard. There was some discussion on that, but ultimately we thought that was fine. Same with 15th Street North. We did take note of the neighborhood's concerns for that and explored some alternatives that could be considered. But overall felt that the drop-off and pickup was definitely superior from what the earlier proposals of having it on Quincy Street or having a parking lot loop for pickup and drop-off. So the commission was happy with that. We were comfortable with the rectangular rapid flashing beacon as opposed to a hawk signal, mainly because hawk signals are used mid-block rather than at intersections. But we did note the differences between the two. Pretty much we were comfortable with the proposal by staff there and ended up voting in favor to send forward the staff's recommendation 10-0.
Thank you, Commissioner Lantelmi. Commissioner Giacomini, LRPC report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A brief, more like an LRPC statement, and just to reiterate what I had sent by email previously, which is that staff and I consulted concerning a formal presentation to LRPC about this 2232, and we decided that it really wasn't necessary. Given all the factors that you've heard from Ms. Wallentish's presentation as well as Mr. Tucker's presentation, that the GLUP and zoning are already existing. The current use of the building is APS, although administrative. It sits on a campus whose primary use is or instructional facilities, and that it has been worked through and looked at for compliance with the master transportation plan and our various other comp plan elements. So tonight, if we wanted to just briefly reiterate about the GLUP and zoning and some of the other issues, that's fine, but it is my intention to move a determination by the Planning Commission that it is substantially in accord with the county's adopted comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Giacomini. In terms of a PFRC report, you have my memo hopefully before you. Staff and APS pretty much went over kind of the big ticket items, so I won't do that. Kind of the remaining things, I think, are the elimination of the court in the back. We might want to talk briefly about parent pickup drop-off. There have been a lot of, that's moved over the course of the project, as anybody who's been following this knows. And so I think we're at a good spot on that now, but maybe people might want to understand any of the kind of nuances around that. That was sort of the kind of topics that I wanted to focus on. There are zoning modifications. They're not necessarily, in my view, ones that are really controversial. The height is within the existing height of the building. It's just a modification because it's in excess of 45 feet, which is what our zoning ordinance allows, and then there's a parking modification which Ms. Wallentish went through. So That's kind of where we are here, but I'm happy to entertain other subjects that people want to discuss. Yes, Commissioner Yakamini.
You had mentioned the parent drop-off, because I wanted, I'd also like to ask APS about bus parking, which we know it's being used as an interim, and that they will be asking to put a relocatable on the site during construction, just sort of what plans there might be. And I also had a HABS photography question.
Okay. Anything else? All right, yes, Commissioner Steinberger.
I had questions, I guess, about kind of the timeline. So I don't know if it's like one question, so it could be a catch-all. It doesn't need to be something.
We can do a kind of timeline phasing question. That's good. And then we can always have catch-all. Anything else? Yes, Commissioner McSweeney.
Did you mention crossings on Quincy?
We can definitely talk.
Thank you.
Yes. Street improvements. Yes, Commissioner Morton.
I had a brief question about historic preservation that may just tie in with Nancy's HABS question.
Right, historic pres. Okay, anything else? All right. Let's start with the elimination of the court. In an earlier version, for those not following along at home, there was an alternate and a base scope. The base scope had sort of a striped striped court, kind of with quotes. It wasn't built out as a multi-use court, and then the alternate scope did have a multi-use court kind of built out in a future phase. When we got to use permit, the parent pickup drop-off was brought on site at staff's request, and the multi-use court space became parent pickup drop-off loop. And so subsequent to that, even though the parent pickup drop-off is now sort of in a satellite location on 15th and Washington Boulevard, the multi-use court's gone. So that's the background. I want to first ask APS and then kind of county staff. So first for APS staff, why is that still the case? I know we at PFRC had heard it, but I would love my colleagues here to hear your rationale for that. So Mr. Bergen, could you please speak to why it's gone?
Sure. So thanks, Jim. Your summary was correct, Mr. Scholl, that during the course of the BLPC, PFRC, it's always, I guess, a challenge and an opportunity for us to manage expectations. So as we go through these public engagement processes, we sort of want to hear from the community the ideas without necessarily sort of shooting them or tabling them outright. So the genesis of the multi-use court came about because our preliminary transportation study showed that we didn't need as much parking as was in the current parking lot. So the question was very naturally asked, well, what else could we use that parking lot for? And so out of that came two options. One, sort of a budget option, that you would essentially use the existing grading and pavement as it is, restripe it, and to function as a multi-use court, albeit a very sloped and maybe awkwardly, pitched court. The second alternative would be, all right, let's dream a little bigger, and let's say we redevelop back there. What would that look like, and what could it cost? And so our sort of statement to the BLPC, PFRC at that time is we hear your ideas. We've asked our design team to draw it. We've documented it. We've shown that it's feasible, but we're also going to estimate it. So during the course of our estimating process, it identified that the alternate, where it was a complete redevelopment of the project, was nearing $1 million, in excess of what we had available for the project. The budget option, I would say, was much more cost-friendly. However, that as we sort of discussed the idea with Washington and Lee staff further, and sort of thought a little bit more deeply about what the cost would actually entail, we became I personally became concerned that we would have to cut something out of the building, the investment. In fact, we already did remove some of the scope to make that work, even in our preliminary estimates. So all that's to say is a combination of the multi-use court is not an APS instructional requirement. We did a very detailed educational specification that was approved by our board, and it didn't speak to sort of required outdoor space. And that document was developed in collaboration with our teaching and learning staff and also our W&L principal and physical education colleagues. In addition to that, they had, the W&L staff in particular had some concerns with its location. It's sort of adjacent to a very tall retaining wall, could be perceived as sort of tucked around toward the back of the site. So they indicated some sort of supervision concerns with being able to sort of monitor and staff and adequately sort of supervise that area if it were transformed into the court. So all those sort of combined into a sort of a situation where APS felt like it was best to proceed without the multi-use court. Knowing that keep in mind the existing parking lot is going to be virtually reused as it was when the building was occupied as an office facility. So nothing we're doing is sort of a major capital investment back there that could preclude something like a court or something else from being considered in the future should the need or should circumstances change.
All right, I'll have comments later, but I want to get staff's take. Thank you, Mr. Bergen.
From a county perspective, there is no zoning ordinance requirement or any other county policy that would require APS to provide a recreational component for this project. So in the use permit view, there's really nothing we could regulate there. So they have, mentioned why they, have removed it from the project. So.
And staff has no other opinion about its utility to the community beyond APS's view?
We do.
We see DPR staff here, Ms. Priebus.
Hi, this is Diane Probus with Parks and Recreation. We provided a suggestion that the multi-use court would be beneficial, we thought, to the students during school and for after-school curriculum. It would also be a benefit to the community because when we assessed the nearby recreational amenities, that there was it would be helpful, a niche to fill, that having a multi-use court with basketball, hoops, and would provide also for volleyball. And if it were fenced, it could even go for futsal and for pickleball. So we made that assessment, and that's why we suggested a multi-use court. At that time, we were not aware that it would be a, cost and go over the budget, but we provided our expert opinion.
And has staff weighed in on just the removal of the striping for the kind of interim budget use?
You mean to create a court from just by changing the striping?
Yeah.
That would be a positive step. It would probably serve to a certain extent that, to provide some additional recreation. We would support it if that's what APS decided to do.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Probus. Yeah, I want to go to my colleagues. Does anybody else want to be heard on this? Yes. Commissioner Lynn, tell me.
Yeah, this is on behalf of the Parks and Recreation Commission. Bill Ross was here earlier, but I guess with the late hour, he couldn't quite make it. But Parks and Recreation has submitted a letter to us and to the county board and the county manager, very much supporting the concept of having the multi-use court at the back of the building. I just want to make sure we all know that Parks and Rec Commission has opined on this, and it is in support of that facility.
Thank you. Commissioner Guerin.
Indeed, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not just Park and Rec. We've just heard from the Civic Association, and I understand from the review from the meetings with PFRC and BLPC that everyone wanted this court. And despite not being able to require this for the use permit, or APS feeling that it's not curriculum, I want to remind us that schools provide a lot more than just curriculum. They provide opportunities to play. Certainly all of our schools have these sort of loosely supervised courts and fields that are in fact not supervised at all in the off hours. So I'm not finding this a very persuasive argument. And I'm going to make a motion later asking my colleagues to consider requesting the court. I never find it very compelling when I hear we've just never done it that way. We know that we've just approved a public spaces master plan. Our county's not gaining any more land, but our population's going up. We have 600 more students at this site, and I know our regulations show us that we're providing enough recreational amenities there, but certainly providing more would be a good thing. So I want everyone to consider that as we have our discussions.
I concur with your comments, Commissioner Karen. Well said. Others on the elimination of the court? All right, I want to move on to parent pickup drop-off. Commissioner Giacomini.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask staff about the disconnect between the two visuals that we have about the drop-off. I think, Ms. Wallentesh, if you would pull up yours, well, I guess we can't have them up at the same time, but on school APS, since yours is up on the screen, if we could go to, I think it's slide 11.
So I think the disconnect is that Ms. Wallentesh combined parts of her slide from two different viewpoints.
Well, I want to, while we're looking at this, you have the new proposed parking here at the corner, right? On the north side of 15th Street?
15th Street is what you're mentioning?
Right. I think, Mr. Chairman, you were saying, Ms. Wallentesh, I think yours was on the south side and extended further. Mr. Sellen, do you have anything to add to that, or which is it, or have we determined it?
I think that's actually the point, is I don't think that it is finally determined yet. We know that there are between 12 and 19 spaces on the south side of 15th Street between Quincy and Stafford. They are all unregulated. I understand from the April 3rd meeting that there was some discussion to move the available spaces a bit further west. There is going to be a parking management plan that will be determined post-approval that can decide, will there be 12, will there be 15, will there be 19, exactly how many would be needed, and what would be most suitable both for APS and for the neighborhood, so that sort of, everybody's somewhat happy about where those spaces are. It was our original intent to have them located further away from the homes because we thought those would be more suitable for school use, but then we heard, I think at the meeting, that the ones that were further, actually closer to the homes might be more available for school use. So we want to be sure that we get the right spaces that are going to be most suitable. And remember, this is for basically 20 minutes in the morning and 20 minutes in the afternoon. So it's somewhere between 12 and 19, and it's somewhere in that two block space. Those will be signed for that 20-minute period in the morning and in the afternoon, and then otherwise they will be at their current disposition, which is basically unregulated.
Thank you, Mr. Sellen, for that. I was wondering what kind of outreach will you, or work will you be doing with the neighborhood? Because yes, I remember that Cherrydale was, which is my civic association, and I happened to attend that meeting, that talked about that Oak Grove Park had just recently been redone and it is very popular, and they did not wish to have the parking directly contiguous to the entrance to that park because of its use, and that there are some further in the neighborhood who do drive there. So I'm wondering how will you be able to include their comments, or how will you work through where these spots will go? Also bearing in mind that every single one of them is filled by at least 7:30 in the morning with either commuters or people connected with the school, to the point where there's a Mini that continually parks on the corner that actually isn't wrapping it. So I'm just going to ask, how are you guys going to work this out?
Well, first of all, I think that we've done the studies, or the consultant has done the studies of the parking availability by time of day. And, there's one will be the signage. And I guess following the signage will be the enforcement, and the enforcement probably will take place right around the beginning of the school year.
I guess I'm more concerned of how you're going to loop in the
initial
community.
outreach.
Well, and will the community be included in your discussions as to where to finally locate them?
I'm sure that APS will be reaching out to the community when it develops its parking management plan.
I hope so, because there are identified people from both Cherrydale and Ballston Virginia Square that were served both on PFRC and BLPC that I think that would be necessary.
Yeah, Commissioner McSweeney.
Thank you. And so we're talking about the 15th Street parking, right? I guess I wanted to ask, why is it that we didn't think there's an entrance there, so to the lot. So why did we think we couldn't pull in and have parents pull in and drop off there and take it off the street?
I think some of that is actually occurring today, informally.
Right, exactly. So why don't we make it formal?
I think we direct that question to APS. Yeah.
I think it's perfectly fine to have it happen informally with a few cars, but the parking lot geometry itself would be difficult to get a line or a queue of cars to work and maneuver around the tight spaces and corners. You could probably get something to work with the removal of spaces, but in general, we were trying to reduce the amount of parking we needed for the site. So I thought that removing spaces there to get that site would work would have overall worse impacts as far as, requiring more of the Ed Center spots to be reopened, like where we took away some of the spots for the bus parking. I needed to get those numbers to work. So basically, the main reason is the tightness of the drive aisles wasn't allow it to be a drive aisle only activity. We'd have had to remove some parking there also. I don't know if that's making sense.
Any follow-up on that?
Well, no, I've driven my minivan through there quite a bit, so dropping my kids off. So I think it could work. I understand what you're saying, but I do think maybe a little more creativity would be helpful. Also, I guess I would just say, I think, has APS considered limiting student parking there? So that would eliminate some need for parking. I know I'm kind of really hitting that drumbeat, but it seems to me that student parking is not a right, it's a privilege. And, if we're trying to make things work for the entire community, we might want to think about limiting student parking.
Commissioner Giacomini, you had a comment about bus parking or a question about bus parking?
Yes, directed to APS. Mr. Bergen, what the Ballston Virginia Square has asked this question as well. What happens with the bus parking? Or is that TBD?
So the bus parking you're referring to is the existing buses that are currently located on the site, is that correct?
Yes, that just sort of summarily got parked there.
So the plan is that during construction, those buses will remain. So the interior demolition contract that I mentioned earlier involves demolition and abatement within the interior building. We currently have a few transportation facility staff located on the ground floor who will be relocated to a trailer. I can't call it a relocatable classroom, relocatable office facility located in the parking lot. So once that's set up, those staff will stay there, the buses will stay there to the summer of 2021. And I can say I can't speak to specific detail, but APS had made requests and is working with the county to sort of find solutions for the parking, for the bus parking after that point forward.
Any follow-ups, Commissioner Giacomini?
1,000, but we don't have
Okay.
time.
Okay. There were a couple questions on the historic preservation. I know you had one, Commissioner Giacomini, and also Commissioner Morton. Let's go to Commissioner Morton, and we'll come back to you, Commissioner Giacomini.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I know these new formalist buildings aren't easy to love, but I appreciate what I can see in terms of your attention to the windows, which are a really important character-defining feature. And I'm not going to weigh in now, like at the very end, about whether you did a good job or not, but I appreciate your attention to that. I did want to just ask two questions. One, you talked about the majority of the building integrity and character remaining intact. And finally, just since this process is over, I know you were directed to respect the architectural integrity and historic value. I'm not sure, as a latecomer to this, how that process worked. Do you think it worked? Is it going to continue to work appropriately? I know it was somewhat unusual directive, and you seem to be satisfied with it. I just wondered if you could reflect on that going forward.
I'm happy to respond to that. First of all, this is not the first time that Studio 27 has responded to a design brief that includes a historic building of great interest to the community. And so, knowing that the community has great interest in this structure going into it, first of all, is very helpful. And we look at it as a design opportunity. And so an adaptive reuse of a super idiosyncratic historic building is a design opportunity. And so we are into that for the opportunity that it is to work with APS and with Arlington County. And so we've worked with a variety of different historic structures, and this doesn't seem to be a particularly big speed bump.
Yeah, I think I was unclear in my question because you didn't have to go through HALRB because it wasn't a designated structure, but there was some process in place for ensuring that you were respecting the character, and I don't know how that worked.
I would offer, and maybe Mr. Bergen would elaborate on this, but I would just offer that the public process of the BLPC and PFRC certainly provided a lot of detailed community feedback on the nature of the historic structure and the level of interest of the community in every detail.
I might just add that there was also historic preservation staff from the county side involved in the PFRC and BLPC process and gave APS and Mr. Spearman and his team, feedback along the way. And there were different proposals for the glass and how the kind of base, middle, and top could be maintained or changed slightly, different fenestration options and spacing options. And so Mr. Spearman and his team brought several of those to the different committees, and yes, the committees did weigh in, but also historic staff did as well. All right, Commissioner Giacomini.
I was just curious, I don't think it does, but are you doing any of the HABs photography on the interior, particularly the fourth floor?
Yes.
Oh, good.
The photography that we've asked our photographer to do does include a few key views of the interior, including some of the stairs and a view of each floor. It may be worthwhile just to mention that it's HAB's standards photography.
Right, yes.
Just to be super clear, we're not submitting this to the Library of Congress. It's super important for Arlington County, and we're doing it according to HAB standards so that you've got an archive for the long term.
Thank you. I was particularly interested there. For any of you who have been in it, the fourth floor is interesting in it mimics some of the features of the outside, and that will be going away. For the very few who don't know it, I was the one that proposed historic designation for this building. And it is really interesting, and it turned out to actually still be pretty structurally sound. And it used, I don't know, Jeff, remind me, it used a very new at the time technology with reinforced steel that is still holding up today. And it might even sometime get on the engineering tour, right? So there you are, I think. I really want to commend APS for doing an excellent job with this. I know it was very challenging. I still am a little worried about the fritted glass and how it's going to appear, but I understand the trade-off with the energy savings. And so the sculptural quality and the main hallmarks of the building remain, and I'm hopeful that where the windows are opening, that provides a reinforcement of the horizontality that does sort of offset the verticality that is in the building and that actually was performed by some of the blackened windows along in the horizontal way. So I think all in all, it's very much a good adaptive reuse project, and I'm really glad that APS pursued that line. Thank you.
And the PFRC and BLPC concurred with that sentiment. All right, Commissioner Steinberger, you had some timeline phasing questions.
Yes. So I understand that the kind of goal at this point is to have the renovation complete for the start of the 2021 school year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Generally speaking, I understand enough from construction that things tend to not run on time. So what happens to the 600 students if the facility is not open to house them in time for the school year in 2021?
So that's a very interesting question. I'll do my best to channel Mr. John Chadwick in my response. I mean, our my livelihood rests on us opening this facility. So we have five schools and programs opening this fall, and they will all open. And it's just a matter of fact, we have one day a year to open a school, and it will happen. Part of why we always show that timeline in every public presentation is that the public process can sometimes take a little longer than expected. So we have been very judicious and very sort of thank you, Jeff, methodical in marching this project through the process. Mr. Scholl has, along with Paul Holland, the chair of the BLPC, has done a marvelous job making sure that we stay on schedule. So part of my, I guess, plea to you this evening is that there's a favorable outcome so that we can stay on track, make it to the board meeting in May, and carry on with our construction.
Good.
I appreciate that. It sounds like you have a strong plan to stick to the timeline. It also sounds like there's no backup plan if something happens to the timeline.
So I wouldn't say there's no backup plan. There's float in our schedule to allow for some flexibility, but I'm not willing to sort of offer up that float at this time. I'd rather stay on schedule and to proceed, because as you rightly mentioned, construction doesn't always go according to plan, or I should say it rarely goes according to plan.
Commissioner Guerin.
Mr. Bergen, you've had so many schools under construction, renovation in the last few years. Have any of them opened late, or they've all opened on time?
They've all opened on time and
Yeah.
accommodated the students. Yeah.
It is remarkable. It happens.
Thank you.
Commissioner McSweeney, you had some questions on street improvements.
Yes, specifically the question of the beacon versus the hawk. My question specifically, and I know we did discuss this at length before and after even PFRC meetings, but could you tell me, I understand that there's the criteria that warrants the hawk is not necessarily met by the standard, but could you repeat for me that these criteria are actually based on adults and not children or people under 18?
Yeah. No, the warrants and research done for these type of facilities, all the various treatments we studied are all based on general public. They're not school-specific studies.
Right, thank you. I'm going to be offering a motion later on, very much in keeping with the Ballston, Virginia Square Association letter.
Okay.
I add to that,
Yes.
though.
Sure, Mr. Sellon.
They also have to do with geometry, street geometry and volumes of traffic.
Do you want to expand on that, Mr. Sellon?
Yes. The hawk
Vagaries
signal.
of geometry and.
The hawk signal is appropriate for street widths where it's 2 lanes of traffic in each direction or more. It is appropriate where a arterial street is crossing a pathway and not a street. The signal of a hawk does not have a face. So if it is intersecting a street, the face of the signal is for pedestrians. There is no face for vehicular traffic. So if you're placing a signal at an intersection with a street with oncoming traffic, you present something that is confusing to vehicular traffic because there is no signal head with any kind of face for traffic to interpret. And that's the reason that we think we have a very good solution here for the rapid flashing beacons. And the other thing about the hawk signal is that it is on request and not on demand. When you hit the button for a rapid flashing beacon, the beacons flash immediately. If you hit a button for a hawk signal, you are in the loop for the signal, so that when the signal changes, which could be 12 seconds, it could be 45 seconds, you will get your walk signal. So those are some things to really consider with some of the differences between the hawk signal and the rectangular rapid flashing beacons.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Sullen.
May I follow up?
Quickly.
So is it a hawk that's over in Pentagon City that also has a light, which faces the traffic? Are hawks generally put in conjunction with lights, actual traffic lights? You're indicating that there's nothing that tells somebody to stop.
There's a pedestrian head signal. So for the oncoming traffic, you have a sort of the wigwag red. It'll go yellow and then wigwag red and then solid red. But for the oncoming, you just have a pedestrian head, the walkman or the flashing red, and then nothing.
There is a hawk in Pentagon City, right? Near where the buses are.
On Eid Street?
On 15th. Is it 15th? Right along where Nordstrom and the buses, the metro entrance is.
Okay.
Yeah, adjacent to the metro.
In-
Metro entrance.
It's a mid-block.
Mm-hmm.
So
You're saying it's inappropriate because it's at an intersection. You're saying hawks are never appropriate at an intersection.
We place them at mid-block locations.
So they're not appropriate at an intersection.
Right. We don't place them at intersections. At mid-block.
So I think staff's answered the question. If you want to make a motion, Commissioner McSweeney, you can certainly do that when we get there. All right. Any further topics you want to cover? Okay. I'm going to turn to Commissioner Giacomini for the purposes of making a motion on the 2232.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the Planning Commission find that the proposed renovation and adaptive reuse of Arlington Public Schools Education Center building is substantially in accord with the county's adopted comprehensive plan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Aaron. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Please raise your hand. It's unanimous, Ms. Bowling. Okay. Commissioner Lynn, tell me. Do you want to make a motion?
I move that the Planning Commission recommend that the county board approve the subject use permit amendment for the conversion of the education center from administrative office to school use with a design capacity of up to 600 students and with modifications to parking and height, subject to the proposed conditions contained within the staff report dated April 26, 2019.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner McSweeney. Any discussion?
I just have a comment. I just wanted to take a second to give kudos to my colleague, Commissioner Giacomini, who helped APS find a way to do their first conversion of an office building for classroom space, and this is significant in a county with limited public space. So thank you, and thank you, APS.
Yes, Commissioner Lantelmi.
I'd also like to call attention to Commissioner Giacomini's attempting to create a historic district for the building. And I think that, even though that did not succeed, it did succeed in calling attention to the building sufficient that the building has in fact been preserved in its original form.
Yep, so this is an exciting project in many ways. We, and with a lot of processes, you're talking a lot about and spending a lot of time in schematic design because you're talking about density and height and things like that. Obviously, a lot of that was already built here, but we spent most of our time talking transportation, which is significant issues, and I think staff did a good job of working through them. So I do commend staff on both sides for kind of working through what was a difficult matter. So thank you for your efforts there. But it is good to see that we are reusing existing buildings, and so that's exciting to see. And I do want to thank the BLPC and PRPRC folks for their efforts over the past several months. And as was mentioned, Paul Holland led the BLPC process, and he did a fantastic job. So any further comment on this? Okay, hearing none. Question comes on the motion. I'm sorry. Do you want to? Any amendments? Okay, yes, sorry. Commissioner Gearin. Getting too far ahead of myself.
No, is this the right time
Yep,
for an amendment?
absolutely. Sorry.
I move the Planning Commission recommend the County Board include construction of a multi-use athletic court at the Ed Center as part of approval of the use permit amendment.
Is there a second? I'll second. Seconded by Commissioner Lynn. Do you want to speak to it, or you think we?
I don't think I have anything to add to what I said earlier.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none. Question comes on the motion made by Commissioner Gearin. All in favor? Appears to be unanimous. Ms. Bowling? Any additional amendment? Commissioner McSweeney.
Thank you. I move that the Planning Commission recommend to the County Board that direct staff to create a defined reassessment schedule and the specific criteria needed to warrant a hawk or some other improvement if needed, and that this be published as part of the use permit.
Is there a second? Fails for lack of a second. Any further amendment? Okay. Is there any further amendment?
I'm sorry, I have another one.
Yes, Commissioner McSweeney.
That I plan to make pretty much at every APS one from now on. The Planning Commission recommends that the County Board works with the Arlington School Board and relevant county departments to begin a comprehensive master planning process for schools and public facilities with the intention that the resulting policy become the 12th element of the county's comprehensive plan.
Is there a second? Seconded by, we'll give this one to Commissioner Steinberger. Would you like to speak to that, Commissioner McSweeney? I think we're all pretty familiar with the...
I think we are. I think we've had this conversation pretty much every time we have an APS project in front of us, and we've gotten more specific every time, and we were extremely specific during the work session with the County Board last week.
Great. All right, any further discussion on the matter? All right, all in favor, please raise your hand. And again, that's unanimous, Ms. Bowling. Any further amendment? All right, the question comes now on the amended motion, the motion as amended. All in favor, please raise your hands. Again, unanimous, Ms. Bowling. I want to thank both staffs for their efforts and for sticking with us on a long night. Thank you again. All right, so I think we'll try to go quickly through our organizational matters given the time. Ms. Bowling, let's do adoption of the minutes. Can I have a motion? Yes, Commissioner Ware.
Mr. Chair, I move that the Planning Commission adopt the minutes of its April 8, 2019 meeting.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? I wasn't there. All right, abstentions?
Hang on one moment. That went a little fast. You got it? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Can I have a motion for the April 10th meeting minutes?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I move the adoption of the April 10th minutes of the Planning Commission.
Second? Seconded by Commissioner Steinberger. All in favor? I was there for that one. All right. Any abstentions? You have Commissioner Ware and Commissioner Morton abstaining. Great. Ms. Bowling, is there any staff report, any current matters?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Bowling. Commissioner Giacomini. I'm sorry, Commissioner Guerin, getting ahead of myself, SPRC report.
Thank you. SPRC report. Our chair has something to share with you at the end relevant to SPRC, but part of the chair report. In the meantime, I just want to remind you of upcoming meetings. Some of them have changes in location. On Monday, we have the second SPRC for Holiday Inn. We're meeting at 6 p.m. at the site for the tour. The next meeting for Holiday Inn is on, and that's at Navy League.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I've requested Navy League. I don't know for sure
Okay.
yet that that's been approved, but I've requested.
Our schedule currently shows CD, so keep an eye out for that. Next Thursday, May 16th, we have the first SPRC for Elcor Verizon. That is in CD. Commissioner McSweeney is our chair for that. So if you have questions as this goes forward, check in with her so you can get that sort of background that helps us understand these. Monday, May 20th is the first SPRC for Crystal Houses. Commissioner Lantelmi is chairing that. There's a tour at 6, meeting at South Eads and 20th, and then the meeting afterwards. So that one's also on site. And then Thursday, the 23rd, is the second SPRC for Harris Teeter and our building in CD. So the next couple of weeks, we have an SPRC on each Monday and Thursday. Get a lot of sleep.
Thank you, Commissioner Guerin. Commissioner Giacomini, LRPC.
We will be looking over the community energy plan in May, and we have Shirlington that will be coming up, and also some work in the Crystal City area, but nothing is firmly scheduled at this point.
Great.
Yeah. Well, I would refer you to the calendar that our clerk, Ms. Johnson, sends out to us. It has on it LRPC dates, and those dates are set. Yeah, and that's how to use that calendar, is to go ahead and on your calendar, your personal calendar, mark off all of the LRPCs, mark off all the ZOCOs, and I would mark off all the SPRCs, and then you can remove them if nothing is going to be a topic or if we cancel. But, fill your dance card first with us.
Yeah, that's a good way to schedule your life as a planning commissioner. Okay, ZOCO, Commissioner Ware.
Yeah, so we have meetings, as you'll see on the calendar, scheduled for May 14 and June 11 and on. We do not have topics for those meetings. May 14 is coming up, so stay tuned. I'll be here. The one thing that I'll note is, given the most recent ZOCO meeting was on April 24th, and it was on relocatables, and given that that was a fairly animated conversation, I expect to, I've mostly finished my draft report, but I'm not going to circulate it until we have the staff report ahead of our next meeting. But I expect to be circulating that very shortly after we get our packages with a number of possible draft motions, so just a heads up on that.
And we do anticipate, I think, seeing that in June, right, Madam Clerk, the relocatables in June, right? Let's see, PFRC, Commissioner Lantelmi.
Yes, last Wednesday was the first PFRC for the Fire Station 8. It went very, very well. We even ended 20 minutes early, with very good participation from the neighborhood. We had a walking tour first of the fire station across the street. The meeting was held at the Langston Brown Community Center. Our next PFRC for that is scheduled for June 26th, but before that, about a week before that, and I don't remember the exact date, we're going to be having a community meeting. We expect to have 2 community meetings, 3 PFRCs, of which we've already held 1, getting this wrapped up in, I think it's September. But anyway, we're off to a very good start.
Great. Commissioner McSweeney, form-based code.
I do have an update. The Westmont application that was due to be heard on May 22nd has had a slight delay, so we will not be hearing it until the next scheduled form-based code working group meeting, which is June 12th. So I believe that the May 22nd meeting might be canceled. Thank you.
Great. So I appreciate that. So in my chairman's report, in your packets, you have correspondence between Mary Claire Burrick, who's the executive director of the Rosslyn bid, and myself about the Rosslyn bid's request to have their urban design committee have a seat at the site plan that Commissioner Morton is leading for the Holiday Inn. And so Commissioner Guerin and I collaborated on drafting this response. And so we wanted to share it with you all. We wanted to share kind of our thinking on the matter. I know in speaking with some of you, this is not a universally held position. So we also wanted to have some time for some discussion on this about bids, participation in site plans or not participating in site plans. Whatever we decide would have to be a policy for all bids, right? We can't have a position that says Rosslyn gets treated one way, Ballston gets treated another, and so forth. This would also be a policy that would be for the Clarendon Alliance and for likely some other entities that are CPRO and some others, right? And so we would have to be thinking of it in that context. And so I know it's late this evening. I know some people do want to discuss it, so I want to leave some time for that to get some initial feedback. But this is something we can continue to discuss at the next meeting. The hour is late. I know people aren't always their best at 11:30. So yeah, I mean, I would say, and I want to turn to Commissioner Guerin because she was involved in some of these meetings as well for her thoughts and comments, but it is our position that this was our initial response. We left the door open for considering different participation from the bids. And so if our colleagues on the dais, including the ones who aren't here with us this evening, are of a very different mindset, we sort of are going to go with what the commission wants to do on this matter. But again, it has to be something that is consistent across the board. We've also been, cautioned that this should not be a policy decision that's flippant and goes back and forth, right? So we should be consistent too, not just with our decision on bid participation, but the next chair of the Planning Commission shouldn't reverse this decision, and then the subsequent chair shouldn't reinstate the no bid. And so I think, but I'm just...
I really don't understand. Anyway.
Okay, I'll
tell you, Commissioner Scholl, I just want to say, at 11:30 at night, these are complicated issues. If this is a first draft you're putting out for us to take home and consider and come back at an appropriate time, have a good discussion with everybody, gray matter, fresh, fine. But I've noticed that in the name of efficiency, you'd like to put out rules. Some people don't understand the rules. We go home, we have a rule we don't understand. I think we need an extended discussion at an appropriate time.
Yeah, I'm certainly open to that. As I said, I know the hour. I just wanted to lay out sort of what we would like to discuss, and I would like to go to Commissioner Guerin.
No, thank you for taking the lead on that. I was wrapping up the snacks because it's late. I do not think we should talk about this tonight. It's already been a long night, and everybody probably wants a chance to think about this. We can consider discussing this during our committee business at our next PC meeting. There's certainly not really a rush to do this. I'd rather have everybody think about it, and it's definitely not a done deal. Once we realized that it was very complicated, it had to come back to you. I also, this is something that Commissioner Siegel started to work on when she was doing that citizens guide, and we never had a really full discussion about membership, which is why it's a little bit confusing. Different versions have different things in it. So it's a bit more complicated and has more history behind it than it initially seems. So might I suggest that we maybe revisit it either in a month, or if we have some SPRC time that's not booked? Oh, Commissioner McSweeney.
Yeah, I think it would be good to revisit this, as Commissioner Siegel noted, whenever it was fresh. I would like to go to Commissioner McSweeney, and then I would certainly come back to you.
Thank you. I agree, I concur with what you've said and taking this back and thinking about it. However, I would say that this letter has actually gone out to the Rosslyn bid already, right?
It has, yes.
And I have an SPRC coming up in which I think staff did include the Crystal City bid. And so I'm a little bit torn as to whether or not I should disinvite them. And when I say disinvite them, let me be clear. They still are, they can still be participants. They just don't have a seat at the table.
Correct.
I think that's what this is saying. Tell me if I'm wrong. But they can certainly send us letters. They can certainly give public testimony. And we should be very clear and very diligent about making sure there is ample time then at the end of every SPRC to get that input.
Yes.
Excellent points, Commissioner McSweeney. And with Crystal City, this has worked. They have asked to be included the last couple of years. I have hewed to what I understood was no, and explained that I will always make time for them at the end of the meeting. If they can't be there, they can submit a letter that I will read. So that has worked. If you are comfortable having that conversation with Rob, that's fine. Otherwise, I will do that. But I want to make sure that you're comfortable since it's your SPRC.
When you say this has worked, I'm sorry. Can I
Yes,
just-
Rob
mean
was okay with that.
that they have not been at the table.
Yes, and I say not at the table, but I really want to stress, these are public meetings, we don't lock the door. We've always tried to make time for public comment when we've seen people there who want to comment.
Right.
So,
Yes.
promise Commissioner Siegel and Commissioner Lentelmi, and then
So a question for you. I'm not sure what's gone out to the rest of the commission, because I know Commissioner Guerin consulted me, because we did sort of sit down together and work out the Citizens Guide, during which, I just put this on the table, I think we were thinking out loud, putting our arms around the complete universe of possibility, and we never really came to a conclusion on it. So it's hanging out there. It needs to be revisited. That's number one. And my question is to you, Commissioner Guerin shared with me a letter from Mr. Duffy and from staff listing those SPRCs where the bids did participate, had a seat at the table. It did not accord with my memory, but okay. But have you shared that widely?
I haven't, but I can. And
Please do.
And Mr. Schreiber
Thank
prepared
you.
that for us because I had the same questions. Have they been at the table? Has it been SPRC? Was it maybe something else? So why don't we share it, and then we can also ask Mr. Schreiber questions about that if we feel like
Very
there's
good.
some.
Right.
yeah, quickly, well, we won't get into it. We'll share it and we'll have a discussion later. Commissioner Lentelmi.
Yeah, I did not have Crystal City at the Crystal House SPRC 2 years ago. I have not planned to invite them to the coming SPRC for Crystal House 2, or the latest version of that. But I have, in fact, invited Lee Highway Alliance to the PFRC for Fire Station 8. PFRC is maybe not part of this, your consideration, but they are now at the table for that PFRC, just so you're aware.
Right. So I think it's something that we can talk about later, but, in talking to Commissioner Guerin, this was only to limit the participation on SPRCs, and we do see a role for bids and some of the long-range planning conversations, and actually even sometimes in some of the zoning conversations, and bids have been involved in some of those as of late. So, but I think it's something for us all to discuss. Again, we want this to be a planning commission decision. This initial one was something that we did, but we want to make sure that this is a
I just do want to point out, this letter only speaks of bids because they get county money. They are, as you put it, public-private partnership. They are a separate case. They're different from CPRO, I believe. So anyway,
CPRO gets county money.
They get money?
They do now.
Well, then that may
Yeah.
be.
Commissioner Steinberger, Commissioner Weir, Commissioner Morton.
In the event we're able to have a fuller discussion with more parties present and/or kind of all of us a little fresher, I do think it would be helpful to kind of, maybe what you're getting into with this letter you're going to circulate to everyone that I think only some people have seen, is getting in. No, I have the letter. You said there was some list of who's participated.
Oh, yeah, we'll circulate.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's something else. that it would be helpful to get kind of a history lesson or a kind of refresher on sort of who's done what and what's been involved. I would appreciate a presentation on this matter, something fuller, to have a fuller conversation. I'm willing to give you all back my Wednesday this week. If we are going to do that sooner, I take it that's not going to be accepted by the folks at the table. That's fine. I'm not, anxious to do that. But
We can't notice.
can't notice it? Okay, then it's a moot point. Then I think this should get full attention next month, but I do think it is timely and pertinent because it's already starting to be an issue and we're not behaving consistently with the different SPRCs and the other county meetings. So we do need to deal with this.
Sure. And then on that point, Mr. Schreiber, I do think it would be helpful for you or staff to think about having something for our kind of commission business on this next month. Commissioner Weir and then Commissioner Morton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the benefit of most of the people at the table, completely independently of the request by the SPRC, by the Rosslyn bid to participate in any SPRC projects, I had raised some questions with Commissioner Schroll about bid participation generally. Actually, it was specific to the Harris Teeter site that we are working on, and it just arose out of me doing some homework and reading through the various versions of the citizens review, so the citizens guide and its predecessor documents. And I had raised to him, James, it says here that this is supposed to be participating. What's up with that? And that led to some conversation with Commissioner Schroll, that led to some conversation with Commissioner Gearin, and some emails back and forth with Commissioner Siegel, where I have, I'm not going to get into the merits because I agree that we should talk about the merits more more fully at a later point. But I have some concerns about what I see as a sort of a default assumption that bids are not present. I think that we probably should be including bids more than we are. So this isn't, the reason that Commissioner Schroll is bringing this up, I think isn't just because at the risk of taking some of the blame, isn't just because some of the bids are saying, hey, can we participate? But I think that there is, at least from my perspective, some sense that we should be thinking more thoroughly about what can we hope to get out of the bids in the SPRC process. So that's something that I'm happy to talk about a little bit more later.
Well, all right, so I'm going to give Commissioner Morton, I think, the last word on this because it is almost 11:45.
Right. I'm just going to briefly say, for those of you who weren't at the last SPRC meeting for the Holiday Inn, we have given the bid a slot. They're not at the table, but they have a little bit of a special slot before the rest of the public comment. I think this is in line with what Commissioner Gearin has said with Crystal City. So you can observe, if you come a week from today, how that's working and maybe give some feedback based on that.
All right, so more to come in June. Please think about this in the interim. If you want to reach out to me or Commissioner Gearin or others to talk about it, kind of happy to make some time. So with that, we stand adjourned.